Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the FXR CPTC season opener right here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. We're going to start off the day with race number one, of course. We have a total of 52 races. We will scratch race 5. We'll tell you a little bit more about that a little later on, but 52 races today on the schedule here at CPTC. We're going to start it off in the Junior 1 Stock 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. This is round 1 for 3 laps. And driving the 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigan. That is a 1999 Polaris. On a 90 Polaris, the 115 is Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota, and the 99 is Levi Lurkey from Hallock, Minnesota, on a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. First race of the season right here at CPTC. We will continue later on under the all-new lights. And hole shot for the number 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigan. Tension in the pit area. Race 2, 3, and 4 is Pro Champ 440, part of today's ProStar Cup event. You'll want to be in staging immediately. Race number 5 in Pro Champ is canceled, and the riders have been put into the other heats accordingly. Race 2, 3, and 4. And we'll update those sheets when we get to those races. Total of 3 laps in this one here, our race 1 of the day, Junior 1 Stock 380. It's the 11 and the 99. Leading this one, Ben Meyer out front and in command. The 99, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. Trailing along in the second spot. 115, Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota in third here. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Racing coming up next for Heat 2 of the day, race number 2. The 11 continues to lead here. 11, of course, Ben Meyer out of Michigan. On the 1999 Polaris, looking good here. Coming through turn 3 and 4 now is the number 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigan. And he will collect the checkered flag over the 99 of Levi Lurkey and the 115 of Eli Hagen coming third. Coming out of turn 4 now is Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota on the 1990 Polaris. That'll conclude Junior 1 Stock 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. All right, getting ready now for race number 2 on your schedule. We will have a few modifications to your lineup. Race 2 is Pro Champ 440, ProStar Cup, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. And in this one, we're going to have the number 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, the Weather Oil Racing Team entry, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines, Remick, and GDM Construction. Also look for the number 8 of Travis McDonald. Travis is on a Houle chassis out of Lockport, Manitoba, former Valcourt winner. Former go-kart racer is Travis McDonald out of Lockport, and sponsored by Skidoo, ServPro, FXR, and Bennett's Marine. Riding the number 11 is going to be Fred Mankey. He's out of Lodi, Wisconsin, and sponsored by Redline Collision, Snow Studs, and Ride and Marine Yamaha, along with TD Graphics. 39X coming to you from Campbellsport, Wisconsin. This is Justin Peterson. Justin Peterson on the 39X. Good competitor. And that competitor is 31 years old. Competed in the entire USSA circuit last year, sponsored by Stud Boy and Lot Off Septic Services. Riding the 04, this is Luke Olson out of Michigan on a 2015 Moyle. The 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota, 2018 Skidoo mounted rider. And the 35, Dylan Barrett, is out of Enola on a 2012 Wall Brothers chassis. And add to this race the number 1 of Griffin Lepak out of Wisconsin, and out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba, the 370. Matt Zalai will be in this one. Matt Zalai on the 370 scheduled to take part in this race. And there is Matt on the outside. Sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach and Oak Tree Therapy. We're getting set to go racing here right now. First race of the USSA ProStar Cup. Good start for the 28 on the inside. Of course, the number 28, none other than Matt Gady. Great racing over in turn 3 and 4 as they head on down the front straightaway. 39 showing the way. That is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Houle chassis. Entering turn 3 and 4 now. Great racing early in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup race. Matt Gady on the number 28, looking pretty strong. We've got some racing going on now down the back, shoot it into turn 3 and 4. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Travis McDonald doing a nice job out of Lockport, Manitoba on the number 8 in this one. Number 8 battling with the 28. Oh boy! Gady gets a little sideways in turn 1 and 2, but gathers it up and heads on down the track. That was close to a crash. 39X will take the win, the 8 and the 28. Denis Lambert out of Quebec, 4th on the number 3, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. Pretty good racing in race number 2 of the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup division. Coming up next, race number 3 on your schedule. More in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. This will be round 1, heat 2. 5 laps will be the distance. The 2:33 is going to be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Riding the 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. That is the Wall Brothers Polaris. The 55 is Brett Gielbach. He is out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba on a Wall chassis. 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. 21 is Tyler Obi from right here in Beausejour riding a Skidoo. The 54 is going to be Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin on a Skidoo. And we're going to add to this one from race number 5, the 157 of John Henke and the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. Jordan Sobetsky, 20-year-old rider out of Beausejour, started at age 4 with the Manitoba mini sleds over on the other side of the back straightaway, so he's been racing about 16 years now. He is the 2021 Pro Formula 500 champ. Likes to ride dirt bike and race some go-karts in the summer. Sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, DC Accounting, Edge Equipment, Sun and Snow, and SPI Logistics. This is race number 3 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup Racing. This is round 1 for the 2023-2024 season. If you are in race number 4 in the Pro Champ 440 division, you'll need to be in staging immediately. Race 4 to staging. Race 5 canceled. We have put all the race 5 competitors into races 2, 3, and 4. All right, getting set to go. Race 3, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup, round 1, heat 2. I'd like to welcome everyone that is tuned in on the World Wide Web to cooldown.tv, our broadcast crew here today doing a great job as usual. Chris and a guy named Anthony. Hi, Anthony. All right, getting set to go here. Again, race number 4 of the day needs to be in staging immediately. Well, the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines and Choco. He's looking forward to taking on the big half mile here in Beausejour. A very, very expensive lighting system, of course, new to the facility for this 2023 December race. Looks like we've got a broken down sled over there, so we will tend to that immediately and get ready to go racing here in the Pro Champ division. Today's event brought to you in part by FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, and RM of Brokenhead. This is going to be some cool stuff under the lights here tonight. Now, we did have some night racing a few years ago, but those were portable light stands, generator-type light stands. Now we have real lighting, full-time lighting. It's awesome. All right. Oh, here we go. '54 on the outside. That's Calvin Peterson. A little bit high on the racetrack at the start in turn 1 and 2 as they speed down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. These riders all have the go button pushed. 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Skelton Truck Lines Choco entry. Been racing about 20 years. Made the long tow from Quebec to Beausejour. Check out the all-new lighting system. '102 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush, Minnesota. Of course, that is the USSA ProStar Cup reigning champion. That is none other than Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Last year won in Bonnechere and Valcourt. Won 5 of 6 USSA races last year. He is a 4-time Eagle River World Champion, and what a job he does. Started at 3 years old, did Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Sponsored by Wall Brothers, Polaris, FXR, and Woody's, along with Walker Evans. We got ourselves a race up front, the 48 and the 102. Really getting at it here on the closing lap, and in the inside goes the 1-0 toe, and he's got the 48 into turn number 3. '102 and the 48 coming first and second. 54 with a good ride there. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. That is your top 3 in race number 3, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup action on the racetrack. All right, getting ready to go with race number 4 on your schedule, where we're going to add the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. And it looks like G-Money Gunnar Stern on the number 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois, will join race 4 from our canceled race 5. Calvin Cook will be on the 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. The 5 is Ross Olson from Fargo, riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 39 out of Greenbush, Minnesota, is Tom Olson. 6 is going to be Gavin Peterson out of Chicago City, Minnesota. And the 16, look for DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on the 2022 Polaris in race number 4. Again, race number 5 is canceled on your schedule. We have absorbed those riders into races 2 and 3, which we have already seen, and race 4, which we are about to see right here at our FXR CPTC season opener here on Saturday, December the 9th. 2 o'clock start, and we'll run through the darkness here with the lights on. That's right, Anthony. All right, we can turn them on now. That's great. All right, race 5 canceled, as we mentioned. Race 6 after this Pro Champ race on your schedule will be the Pro Formula 500s. We'll do that, looks like 4 times in a row for 4 heats. Wow. Do we have a record number of riders, in fact, here for a December race ever. Ever. They have never had more riders than they do today in December. I thought I heard 115 or 122 maybe? 115? Okay, that's how many riders there are. All right, getting set in turn 3 and 4 now for race number 4. Calvin Cook is on the number 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota. Go-kart racer. Sponsored by Polaris and FXR. Pretty cool looking Polaris there on the inside. 39 joining the party. That is Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Wall Brothers Racing entry. Number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. A lot of Petersons here this weekend. And number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Started on 120s about 10 years ago. Accomplished motocross racer. And the 39 a little quick. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, sponsored by FXR and Woody's, along with Daco and Bikeman Performance. We'll try this one again here in our race 4 on our schedule. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup, all part of the USSA Series. That is round number 1 for the USSA Series here this weekend at CPTC. Want to welcome everybody here to the races. A good crowd here today. Looking forward to some night racing, I'm sure. There's the number 16 pulling up. That is DJ Saluk, the 26. Quinn Whitechuck added to race number 4, the 220. G-Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, getting ready to go. Great start for Gunner Stern. Right off the outside and into turn number 1 and 2 in the number 1 spot. Four-time TLR Cup champion. Former CPTC champion. Started on many Z's many years ago. Sponsored by Red Bull, Skidoo, FXR, and Woody's. G-Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, leads this race number 4 so far. Getting sorted out now down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, looking good aboard that number 6. That kid not afraid to go fast. Good racing down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Hunter Sears is on the number 15 out of St. Francis, Minnesota. 2010 Polaris, according to our lineup sheets. And that'll do it. G-Money Gunner Stern, no question about that one. '39 Tom Olson riding the Wall Brothers Racing entry to the second spot unofficially. Good racing there in race 4 of the Pro Champ 440s. And remember, we are canceling race number 5 on your schedule. Moving right into race 6, which will be Pro Formula 500 racing. And it looks like to race number 6, we're going to add the 580 of Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota. Originally scheduled to race in race number 7. Caroline Allard on the 580 will go to race 6, along with the 95 of Jerry LePage out of Ontario. 361 is Dallas Morin out of Fargo, North Dakota. 22A, this is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 003 is Brody Wensloff out of Minnesota, and the 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg on the 91 Skidoo. So this will kick off a series of Pro Formula 500 races, one of our most competitive classes here at the CPTC. Pro Formula 500s, race 6 on the track. Race 7 will be the same, as will 8 and 9. All right, we understand Caroline Allard was added to this race, but is now scratched from this one. Scratch the 580 of Caroline Allard. Race 7 should be in staging, Pro Formula 500s. Race 8 the same, and race 9. Good start for the number 95. That is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. Bunching up in turn 1 and 2. 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Stefan Carignan is on the 9 from Winnipeg, a good competitor. Challenging the 22A now. Very close racing here, as we expect in this class. You could put a blanket over the top 3 right now as they continue to battle down the back straightaway. Great racing action in turn number 3. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. The battle continues down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. It is the 95 out of Ontario. That is Jerry LePage in command of this one. They are flying here in the Pro Formula 500 class. Dallas Morin is on the 361 out of Fargo, North Dakota. That is a 1990 Polaris. But the action continues down the back straightaway and into turn 3. The 95 being pressed right now by the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Here comes an attempt to pass down the back straightaway. The 22A of Abraham almost strikes down the back chute, but the 95 closes the door. Great race. The 95, the 22A, and the 9 in the top 3. Stefan Carignan looking good on the Skidoo for 3rd spot. 361, 4th unofficially. The 003 of Brody Wensloff comes in behind the 361 of Dallas Morin out of Fargo, North Dakota. That was the first of 4 Pro Formula 500 heat races. Heat 2 coming up, and we'll have the lineup for you momentarily. Don't forget, the beer garden remains open all day, as does the concession. Want to get yourself a nice cold one? Check out the beer garden for Twisted Tea and Moosehead products. All right, here we go. Our second heat in Pro Formula 500. Caroline Allard was scheduled to start in this one, then was scheduled to start in the last one, but is not starting at all. So race 7 looks like this. The 111 is Dave Blair out of Owen Sound, Ontario. Riding the 14 is James Schneider out of Beausejour. 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, while the 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin, and the 34X is Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. Getting set to go here with race 7 on your schedule. We'll do 11 races in the first part of our program, then go for a Quebec's grooming break. Austin Madison on the 41 out of Badger, Minnesota. Getting looked at the starting line. Here we go. We're racing. Good start by the 41 and the 48 of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Very tight racing in turn 1 and 2 now. Look at the battle for 3rd and 4th. They are really getting at it. Very tight in turn number 4. Look at that. Wow. They are racing hard. Austin Madison on the number 41. These riders are serious in this one. Look at the battle in turn number 3. '98 of Nick Kurth showing the way here with the 41 of Austin Madison out of Badger in 2nd. Nick Kurth on the 98 out of Wausau, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. Some good battles going on throughout the racetrack. 41, Austin Madison showing the way now. The battle is for 2nd and 3rd. That is the best race in the place for 2nd and 3rd spot right now here in race number 7 on your schedule. These are the Pro Formula 500s. Ooh, we got some trouble on the front straightaway. Number 41 with big problems, showing some smoke down the front chute. As the battle for the lead continues into turns number 3 and 4 here. Here's the race to the finish. Very tight, but a tough break for the rider on the inside of the front straightaway. As that sled comes to a halt in a big hurry. That is, of course, the number 41 of Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. Big time smoke emitting from underneath the hood. Looks like the 14 of James Schneider unable to start. Rider out of Beausejour. But a tough break. The number 41 of Austin Madison was running great in that particular race, but unable to get the job done due to mechanical failure. Looking for race number 8 coming up next. And that should be more Pro Formula 500 racing, round 1, heat number 3. And that lineup will be available to you right away. Don't think there's going to be any changes, just awaiting just to see. Today's race is, of course, brought to you by FXR, local Manitoba success story. We would also like to thank Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, and the RM of Brokenhead. All right, so looking at race number 8 on your schedule, Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat number 3. The 213 is going to be Aaron Davey. Aaron is from Middle River, Minnesota. The number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Number 3 is going to be Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 54 is Tom Keelback. He's from Tyndall, Manitoba. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. 685 is Tanner Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. And the 21 is Zach Rogers. Zach is from Wausau, Wisconsin. Looks like Wausau, Alabama on my sheet. AL? No, I wouldn't think there's any. Not much snow here either, actually. That's why we race on ice. Trying to explain, Anthony, to my hockey buddies Thursday night that we're having snowmobile races on Saturday and Sunday in Beausejour, and they kind of looked at me like I'm nuts. But I had to explain it's an ice oval, and I guess they have about 8 inches of ice currently, so good news, and that's the reason they made the switch to ice many, many years ago. You can never guarantee snow in these parts in December, or March for that matter. Yes, they certainly are. Absolutely separate issues. Race 8, Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat 3 on the track. Aaron Davey on the inside out of Middle River, Minnesota. And we're getting set to go. Whoop. Itchy fingers on the starting line. We're going to have to try that again. The old itchy trigger finger. You can't move them all to the back row because then they'd be all in the front row, right? Wouldn't they? Yeah. All right, we're going to try it once again here. Race number 8 on your schedule, Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat 3. Don't forget, we'll take a Quebec's grooming break after race number 11. Great time to get over, get yourself some of that delicious food at the concession area. Also, check out the beer garden. You can watch racing, I think, live in there, can't you? Yeah, awesome. All right. There's the 113. That is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Getting set to race here. That's a better start. There goes the 9. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, battling with the 113 of Kendra Westland. As they head down the back chute into turn 3 and 4. One of our most competitive classes is the Pro Formula 500 class, and they do a great job. 213 right up there now. That is Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota, battling for the lead. In a good race here for second and third. Races developing all over the place here in this one. And here they come down the front chute. 213 and the 113, followed by the 9. That is your top 3. Dane Klinger now in the third spot. Kendra Westland is on the 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota. As they come out of turn number 4 now. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Aaron Davey on the 213 looking pretty sharp here. But here comes Westland now out of Strathcona, Minnesota. They are racing into turn 3 now. And what a race that is. White flag to be displayed this time, indicating just one more circuit of the half mile. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec in 4th spot, making the long tow to beautiful Beausejour. Checkered flag in the hands of Riley Baker. It's going to go to the 213. Westland second out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Aaron Davey on the 213, real strong. That rider out of Middle River, Minnesota. A 1989 Polaris showing the way. One more Pro Formula 500 heat to go. This will be round 1, heat 4 for the Pro Formula 500s, and that lineup will be available momentarily. That is race 9 on your schedule. Race 10 will be your Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Then race 11 will be the same, I do believe. Yeah, round 1, heat 2 for the SS 340 free air, 340 liquids, and 440 fans. So a couple heats for race 10 and 11. If you're in those classes, you need to be at staging immediately. Blair McDonald is going to be on the 135 out of Ile-des-Chênes in race number 9. The 111 is Tatter Foss. Tatter is from Middle River, Minnesota. Out of Merrill, Wisconsin, the 50 is going to be Marcus Caitland. The 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola. Riding the 17 out of Beausejour is Jared Sackvey, and the 27X is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. All right, getting set to go with race number 9. Great start for the 111 right out of the gate. Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota, wastes no time off the starting line. Wow. Great racing now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, along with 5th. But your leader is gone. Wow. It is the 111 followed by the number 50 of Marcus Caitland out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Tanner Foss on the 111 continues to build his lead. He had the whole shot and has run away from the rest of the field here early. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. '29 in the 2nd spot, Brad Harrison. Brad Harrison is out of Enola, Manitoba on a 1989 Polaris. But so far, it is all the number 111 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota. Brad Harrison so far in 2nd, unable to close the gap up on your race leader. White flag to be displayed this time around, signifying just 1 lap remaining in race number 9 in the Pro Formula 500 class. 1 to go for the 111. Blair McDonald is on the 135 out of Ile-des-Chênes, currently third. Riding the number 50 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. And Checkered is out. Not much question about that one. The 111 will take it, followed by the 29 of Brad Harrison. And the 135 coming home third unofficially. That is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba on the 89 Polaris. Good ride for the 135. Manitoba native. In race 9, the Pro Formula 500 class. That was round 1, heat 4. So a great field of riders here in all classes. 115 registrants here today, which is a December record for Beausejour. We want to welcome everybody here to our night race. Especially want to thank FXR along with Beaver Truck Center and Beausejour Co-op for bringing you the action here. Okay, next up, race 10. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. Tanner Davey is going to be on the 685 out of Middle River. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. Riding the 20 is Bryce Olson. Bryce is from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Out of Beausejour, the 69 is Cody Whitechuck. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 1976 Mercury. Riding a 78 Yamaha out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The 75 is Ken Schwartz. And the 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. That apparently is a 1976 Arctic Cat. Getting set to go racing here. There goes the number 20 of Bryce Olson. 20 is out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan on a 77 Arctic Cat as they head on through turns 1 and 2 and down the back chute. Ooh, is there some tight racing going on there? Wow. 4 wide for a second. Great racing action now in turns 3 and 4. Look at how tight that racing is. Very, very close action here on the big half mile at CPTC, brought to you by FXR. Got a pass down the back straightaway now into turn 3 as the top 3 riders continue to do battle. And another pass as the leader bobbles and I believe has mechanical trouble. The 20 re-inherits the lead. Cody Whitechuck is out of Beausejour on the 65. The rider stopped on the inside of turns 3 and 4. Good racing for second and third place now as they head on down the front straightaway. One lap to go. The white flag is out. Justin Habing is out of Dugald, Manitoba on the 76 Mercury, the number 165 as your leaders coming out of turn number 4 now. Good battle. It's close. But it looks like the number 20 is going to take that win. Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan, 1977 Arctic Cat mounted rider. Olson, well, pretty dominant in that one. Dropped to second at one point in that race, but after a mechanical problem in turn 3 and 4, the 20 got the lead back and did not look back in that one. That was race 10. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Looks like the number 84 Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. That is a 76 Arctic Cat. And that cat might need some veterinary help over in turn 3 and 4. All right, race 11, our last race before a Cubex grooming break, will be the same class. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. And that lineup for race 11 looks like this. The 14 is going to be Alex Manchelenko. Riding number 12 is Alex Braun out of Altona, Manitoba. The 16C is going to be Bob Schultz out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. That is a 1976 Yamaha. The 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. The 233 is going to be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, 1977 Yamaha. And Joel Reed is out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan on a 1976 Yamaha. Joel Reed is on the number 2 according to our lineup sheets for race 11 in the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Second heat of these guys coming up now. Don't forget the concession area is open. The beer garden is open as well. You can also check out the pit area. Lots of riders, some pretty cool equipment. Some beautiful new trailers over there as well for 2023 here in December. Looking forward, of course, to our March race. Canadian Power Toboggan Championships will be brought to you by FXR. As we get set to go with race number 11. Race 11, we've been through the lineup and we're set to go here momentarily. Alex Manchelenko on the 14. Look at that good-looking John Deere number 12. That thing is cool. I had a buddy that was a John Deere collector back in the 80s and had some real nice equipment, but that number 12 of Alex Braun out of Altona, a real cool-looking sled. Bob Schultz is out of Thunder Bay on the 16C. There's the 233 of Matt Bennett. And the 2 of Joel Reed out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan, getting set to go on that good-looking Yamaha outside of the pack. Green flag is out. Here we go. The 233 gets the jump. Matt Bennett is on the 233 out of New London, Wisconsin, 1977 Yamaha. Great video work by cooldown.tv as they battle down the front straightaway. Bob Schultz out of Thunder Bay, Ontario in the second spot. Good racing for third and fourth spot on the racetrack right now. Riley Baker is our head flagman. That is a long day down there in that intense north wind. Nothing changing for first and second. 23 and the 14 battling for third and fourth. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko. White flag is out now in race number 11. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. And coming out of turn number 4 now and down the front straightaway is your leader. And your winner, the 233, Matt Bennett, the 16C of Bob Schultz with a good run out of Thunder Bay. And the 23 coming third, that is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba. 14 with problems, Alex Manchelenko, the John Deere, number 12, Alex Braun coming across the line. And that now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will bring us to a Quebec's intermission grooming break. So we invite you over to the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink, or visit the beer garden. Great Moosehead products available over there, along with Twisted Tea. We'll be back with more action. Race 12 on your schedule. After we come back, we'll be Junior 2 F500s. And then we'll go to more Pro Champ 440 racing here at CPTC for FXR.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
All right, here we go with race number 12 of 52 on the day. Race 12 will be your Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. And on the number 44 is going to be Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. The 44 is Marilee Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Riding the 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Riding out of Greenbush, Minnesota, the 112 is Ella Gust. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan, and so is the 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigan, starting back row. These are the 10 to 13-year-olds starting back row, and that is Junior 1 F500. So Junior 1 F500 starting on the back row, Junior 2 F500 starting on the front row. So Derek and Ben Meyer in the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds on the back row. Junior 2 F500 is ready to go on the starting line. And here we go, a good start for the 23 and the 434. Dylan Fox on the 23, the 434 is Miranda Peterson as they head on down the back straightaway. Couple races going on here. The Junior 2 F500s, they were first in the row there, or rather on the first row. And the back row was the Junior 1 F500s for 10 to 13-year-olds. It's 23, the 10, and the 434. El Augusta's out of Greenbush, Minnesota, racing in the Junior 2 F500 class. Riding number 112. .86 miles per hour on the previous circuit, according to our radar gun. White flag being displayed. Derek Meyer is on the 10, leading the Junior 1 F500 class. 90 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. And it looks like the 23 of Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. Pretty strong. There's the 10 leading and winning the Junior 1 F500 class. The 11 coming across in the Junior 1 F500 class as well. It is Ben Meyer. There's the 434 in the F500 class, Junior 2. That 434 is Miranda Peterson. 44 is Marilee Peterson out of Lancaster. And that'll do it for your Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500 classes. 2 races in one going on right there. Brought to you online by cooldown.tv. And live action here brought to you by FXR. Great sponsor. We'd like to thank them, along with Beaver Truck Center, RM of Brokenhead, Oakbank Hearing Center, Beausejour Home Hardware, Access Credit Union, Moosehead, and along with Twisted Tea, Travel Manitoba, Cobra Enterprises, Beausejour Co-op, and Beausejour GM. All chipping in to make a great event here in December 2023. I'd like to welcome everyone to the facility today. Pretty stiff north wind going on right now, blowing on down the front straightaway. So we get set to go with our next race. This will be your Pro Champs. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. Round 2, Heat 1 for 5 laps. And the lineup looks like this. Out of Lodi, Wisconsin, the number 11 is going to be Fred Mankey. The 04 is Luke Olson from Michigan. Riding the 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota is Calvin Cook. The 55 is Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Riding the 6, this is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, while the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck, and Quinn is from Beausejour, Manitoba. The 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. Out of Lockport, Manitoba on the Skidoo, sponsored by Bennett's Marine, this is Travis McDonald on the 8. And the 5 is going to be Ross Olson out of Fargo, North Dakota. Round 2, Heat 1 in your Pro Champ 440 class. Hey, the lights are on. All right. Awesome. And here we go, we're racing. Looks like a great start for the number 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Oh, we got a rider down in turn number 2. Sled has come to a stop. It looks like the rider is mobile over there. I don't know if that's the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck, trying to get a bit of a camera angle. Yeah, it is the 26 indeed. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour, Manitoba, involved over in turn 1 and 2. Rider sitting on the bell, but definitely mobile. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour, a rough ride in turn number 2. All right, we'll go now to a cooldown.tv instant replay. They go through turn 1 and 2 with a handful of throttle and a high side, and up and over goes the number 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. And look at that sled standing right on its tail in the air. Wow. That could have been much, much worse. So hats off to our safety crew over in turns 1 and 2 as we get set to go and resume race number 13, the Pro Champ 440s. All right, more Pro Champ racing coming your way for race 14 and 15. And if you're in those races, we need you in staging right away. Race 16 on the schedule will be Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. That'll be the final for 4 laps, not 5, as indicated on the schedule. Well, of course, the beautiful new lighting system installed here in Beausejour throughout the summer and the fall, and wow, this place looks like the Daytona 500 now at night. It's unbelievable. What a great job everybody does here at the CPTC. This place is constantly improving every time I come here, whether it be December or March. This has got to be one of the nicest race facilities I've ever been to. Operation Brighton Beausejour. And we'd like to thank the following: the province of Manitoba, Brokenhead River Community Foundation, the municipality of Brokenhead, Beausejour Consumers Co-op, B.A. Stengel Trucking, Baker Farms, Al Meisner Limited, Double B Agriculture Festival, East Crete Gusta Sod Farms, Mark Fosty Farms, and many, many more, all chipping in for Operation Brighton Beausejour. Fantastic facility. Nice clean washrooms, great concessions, fantastic beer garden. It's all right here at CPTC as we get set to resume racing after the cleanup in turn number 2. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup riders. We'll have the USSA ProStar Cup final, race 52 of the day. That'll be a 15-lapper under the lights. It is round 1 for the 2023-24 season for the USSA ProStar Cup. So they are chasing points as of today, the first race of the year right here in Manitoba. Nice looking number 11, Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. That is a good looking entry. Sponsored by Redline Collision, Snow Studs, Ride and Marine, and Yamaha, and TD Graphics. Ross Olson out of Fargo on the number 5 outside. Once again, a good start for the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Not such a good start for the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, who has some catching up to do now here. Look at him fly through turns 3 and 4. They are moving. Wow. Here comes the number 11 of Fred Mankey. On the Ride Marine and Minocqua Yamaha TD Graphics number 11. .95 miles per hour on the previous lap. Brett Keelback is on the 55 out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Looking pretty good in this contest so far. Brett Keelback sponsored by FXR, Churchill Wild, and Woody's. Race 13 on your schedule, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup, round 2, heat number 1. 96 miles per hour. Getting a little quicker now as the drivers turn up the heat. Luke Olson is out of Michigan on the 04. Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Skidoo number 8. Checkered flag, it's going to go to the number 11, followed by the 55 of Keelback. Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Looking pretty strong in that one on that 2023 wall chassis. Taking victory in Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup round 2, heat 1. Race number 13 is now in the books. As we get set for more Pro Champ 440 racing, our premier class here at CPTC. Race 14 will be round 2, heat 2 of the Pro Champs for 5 laps. And here's how they line up. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Riding the 35, this is Dylan Barron out of Anola, Manitoba. The 1 is Griffin Lepak from Hartford, Wisconsin. And riding the 102, the reigning ProStar Cup champion, winning 5 of 6 races last year. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson, and he is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. John Henke is on the 157 out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. And riding the 48 out of St. Jude, Quebec is Philippe Roy Lalonde. 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, is out of Beausejour. This is Jordan Sobetsky. Calvin Peterson is out of Eden, Wisconsin on the number 54, and the 21 is Tyler Obi from Beausejour on a Skidoo. There's a good-looking number 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. 21, Tyler Obi. That's a beautifully prepared sled. Very nice. All right, getting set to go. Riley Baker looking over at the starting line. And we got a jumper. Looks like John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. A little too eager on the starting line. That'll earn him a trip to the back row. We'll try that again here in race number 14. If you're in race number 15, another Pro Champ heat, you'll need to be in staging immediately. You will be followed by Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. That'll be a final for 4 laps, not 5. And then we'll go to the dirt track sprint car look-alike Outlaw 600 snowmobiles. And we're going to try this one again. And here we go. That one was better. Great battle into turns 1 and 2 now as they begin to string out just a little bit. But now 3 wide down the back straightaway and into turn 3. They are moving right along. Wow. Again, a reminder to all the trackside parking people, please turn off your headlights. Please turn off your headlights around the racetrack on your vehicles. It is blinding the riders. 99 miles per hour on the previous lap. As a rider comes to a stop in turn 3. Looks like the 39X Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, having a great ride here. This is race number 14 on the track. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Round 2, Heat 2. Great racing for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. 100 miles per hour now for your race leader on the previous lap. They are getting quicker. Wow. .39X showing the way. Calvin Peterson in the second spot on the number 54. As riders changing positions now on the back straightaway. Rider with his hand up down the back chute as your leader comes out of turn at number 4. 39X is going to take it. 21 in the 48, second and third, so the 21. Tyler Obi out of Beausejour looking pretty strong in that one. Nice ride for Tyler Obi out of Beausejour on that great-looking Skidoo. Ooh, that's a tough one. The 102 is back there. That is Blaine Stevenson. Wall Brothers Racing FXR machine. The rider is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. He is the reigning USSA ProStar Cup champ. But right now, Blaine Stevenson has come to a stop over in turn number 3. So we're going to get our recovery crew over there. And the Wall Brothers Racing team is going to have to work real hard to get to the final here today. That'll be race 52 for the ProStar Cup, round 1 on the year. And we have another, is it 54? Oh, yeah, it is that number 54. That's Calvin Peterson out of Eden, who was having a pretty good run there. Eden, Wisconsin's Calvin Peterson awaiting the recovery sled as well. So a little bit of attrition in that one in race number 14. We're going to go to race 15 next. And that'll be more racing in the Pro Champ 440 division. Want to remind everybody that the concession and the beer garden remain open throughout the day and night as we race under the lights here, officially for the first time with stationary permanent lighting. We did a Friday night race a couple of years ago. Friday night lights, I think we called it, and they were portable generators with portable lighting, but these are the real deal. They are set in cement all the way around the racetrack, and way more lighting than I anticipated before I got here. It is fantastic. I heard rumors about, well, kicking around about $500,000 to do a project like that. That is something else. Wow. What a great facility they've got here. Volunteers and the board do such a good job year in and year out. And it's great to have sponsorship, of course, including FXR and Beaver Truck Center, along with Beausejour Co-op and Beausejour GM. As the 102 on the hook and over to the pit area now. We'll try to get you a report from the pit area, if we can, on the status of the 102, the reigning champ. Out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Outlaw 600s are going to be here pretty quick. They are scheduled for race 17. All right, looks like race 15 coming up. Pro Champ 440, ProStar Cup, round 2, heat 3. Yeah, race 15. That's right, Anthony, for sure. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. There's Danick Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He's on the number 3, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. Matt Zalai is on the Big Smoke 370 out of Cooks Creek. The 39 is Tom Olson, teammate to the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Tom Olson is out of Greenbush, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing 39. The 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern. 28 is Matt Gady, and the 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota, scheduled to start. 28 with a good start. Here comes on the outside the 220. Now they are side by side, Gady and G-Money Gunner Stern, as they head into turn number 3. But Gady has the lead over Gunner Stern right now. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing 39 is third. But a great race for the first and second spot right now. Green flag still being displayed. Danick Lambert on the number 3, entering turn 1 and 2 in a big hurry. Danick Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, currently 5th, but looking hard at that 4th spot. .98 miles per hour on the previous lap as the white flag coming out this time around, indicating one more lap to go. Matt Gady followed by the 220 of Gunner Stern and the 39 Tom Olson. That is your top 3 thus far. Here comes Danick Lambert now for the 4th spot in turn 3, and it looks like he's got it. Matt Gady, Gunner Stern. Wow, looks like Danick Lambert from 5th to 3rd, getting by Olson. What a great run for the Sorel Tracy, Quebec native. Danick Lambert unofficially 3rd there. Heck of a last lap or 2 to get to the 3rd spot. Nice job. All right, looking at race number 16 next. And race number 16 will be your Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final for 4 laps, not 5, like it is indicated on your schedule. So scratch the 5 laps and insert 4 laps for your next race. Race 16, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. And that one will line up like this. The number 20 is going to be Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan, riding in 1974 Alouette. The 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. 35 is Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers. That is a 73 Polaris. 13 is Kieran Lowen. The 27X is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin on a 1973 Polaris. This one should be scheduled for 4 laps now. That has been changed. 4 laps. Following this race, we'll go to race 17. That'll be the Outlaw 600s. Have half a dozen of those here, including the one of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Then we'll move to the Pro Formula 3 class for race 18 and 19. Then we go to the ice bikes for race 20. Going to the motocross, the dirt bikes for race number 20. Looks like that's Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. The 2022 PPB chassis on the tow hook. as we get set to go with our next race, race number 16 on the schedule of a total of 52 races on the day. Adam Braun is on the 223. Paul Diefenthaler on the number 35. A little tough to read those numbers on that hood. 27X is Calvin Iverson. And we're racing here. Race number 16, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. (27X) in a great big hurry. 27X is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin, a 1973 Polaris. (35) Paul Diefenthaler. Currently running in the second spot here in this final race for 4 laps. This race is getting tighter now. Your top 2 speeding away from the rest of the field. 223 is Adam Braun. Little ways back in the pack. 27. Looking pretty strong thus far. Calvin Iverson leading the 35 of Paul Diefenthaler. White flag is out. Half a lap left to go now. (27X) Calvin Iverson coming out of the turn. 35 going wide. It'll be the 27 and the 35. So Calvin Iverson defeats the 35 of Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers. 223 third. Adam Braun out of Winnipeg unofficially. That'll do it for race number 16, your 4-lap final in the Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Cooled class. Next up, the Outlaw 600s on our schedule. And they should be ready in staging. While these Outlaw 600 sleds coming up next must weigh 875 pounds minimum, with the driver in place after the race event. No titanium, magnesium, or carbon fiber is allowed anywhere in the construction of these sleds, so that, of course, keeps the cost down. Not allowed any remote adjusters on any of the front or the rear shocks. Drivers are required. This is a little different. They got to wear an approved automotive-style fire suit while driving. And they'll do a running start. The one is Joe Schneider. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. The 4, Ronald Teroff. The 84 is Nathan Gebhardt. The 36, Thomas Stolman. And the 18 is Tim Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Getting set to go. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Our first look at the Outlaw 600s. No overbore allowed on the engines of these 600 Outlaws. As they speed through turn 3 and 4. That is the one in the lead. That is Joe Schneider. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Driving the 4 is Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. 82 miles per hour on the previous lap. Green being displayed on the front straightaway for the number 1. That number 1 of Joe Schneider is flying. Chris Plasky second. Ronald Teroff is third in the number 4. 83 miles per hour on the previous lap in this Outlaw 600 race. White flag is out now in the Outlaw 600s. 1 to go for the number 1 out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is Joe Schneider. Full roll cages aboard these Outlaw 600 chassis. A little bit safer than a traditional snowmobile with the open cockpit. That'll do it. The number 1 is your winner, Joe Schneider, followed by the 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. The 4 is third, Ron Teroff. The 19, Chris Plasky, is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 2023 Eagle chassis. Joe Schneider in the number 1 with a Arctic Cat engine, sponsored by Discover Wisconsin and Don Rick Insurance, along with Amsoil and Fly Racing. All right, time for your Pro Formula 3. This is the World Championship class at Eagle River, Wisconsin, which will be coming up in the new year. And here's how this one lines up for race 18, Pro Formula 3, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. 29 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is the 2021 Polaris. The 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. 129 is Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 39 is Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. That is a 2024 Polaris. And John Henke will race the 157 out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Skidoo. Round 1, Heat 1, Pro Formula 3. This class, of course, was created as more of a factory stock type class. Factories have gotten behind this pretty well so far. They have modified suspensions for oval, but they're a traditional kind of a snowcross or trail sled. And we're set to go racing. Here we go. Racing into turns number 1 and 2 now here. Our first look at the Pro Formula 3 class here in December. A lot of the top Pro Champ riders, of course, ride the F3 class as well. It is the 39 up front and in command. That is Tom Olson out of Greenbush, a 2024 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris up front and in command here. Great racing action up front. Whoa, heads up, we got a crash. 2 riders in turn number 1 and 2. I see one rider walking around. I'm just looking for the other one. I don't know if that rider got behind the bales over there. Taking a look at that cooldown.tv replay. Ooh, boy, a high side and collision, of course, in turn number 1 and 2. The rider upside down and into the bales. A tough one over in turn 1 and 2 in race number 18, the Pro Formula 3 class. Take another look at it on our cooldown.tv instant replay. Looks like the 39 on the outside. That, of course, Tom Olson. Trying to make out that other rider there that got into the 39 in turn 1. The 157. Okay, that is the 157 of John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. So there is the 157. John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin, involved in that one. Try another camera angle. Oh, this is a good one, right in the middle of turn 1 and 2. And, well, it looks to me, and I'm not the referee here, but it looks to me like the 39 of Tom Olson had a pretty steady line through turn 1 and 2, and the 157 came in maybe a little hot and made some contact. That's the way it looks on the replay, but we'll see what our track officials have to say about that one. But it looks like the 157 of John Henke will be done for this race at least. We'll try to get a status on the 39 of Tom Olson out of Greenbush on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Our track crew working feverishly to get the racetrack back in shape. We have about 4,000 bales located throughout this facility, so you can imagine the amount of work it takes to get this place all set up. So we're going to try this again once we get the racetrack cleaned up. The event this weekend brought to you by FXR. We'd like to thank them. Fantastic Manitoba success story. Some of the best apparel in the world for fishing, snowmobiling, motocross. They do a lot of stuff, FXR, and they were born right here in Manitoba. Milt Reiber. Good guy. All right, there is the 39. So the 39 will rejoin the party. That is Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. $29, or is that the 129? Well, we have a 129 Joey Birch and the 29 of Luke Olson. We're getting set to go racing once again. Second spot is the 129 of Joey Birch. 29 third is Luke Olson. Right now, it is Tom Olson showing the way. Couple of Olsons in this race, of course, Tom Olson and Luke Olson, and I believe they're not related. I'll have to find that out. But I'm sure they're not. Almost sure. Can you be almost positive? Yeah, sure you can. 98 miles per hour on the previous circuit here in the F3 class. White flag being displayed, 1 to go. Tom Olson leads the 129 of Joey Birch. Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry. And that entry is number 39, and it is in the number 1 spot now coming out of turn number 4. And we got a winner. It is going to be Tom Olson. Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing 39 takes that one going away. That was Heat 1, Round 1 of Pro Formula 3, race number 18 on the schedule. Moving now to race 19, Round 1, Heat 2. On the 12, we're going to have Jesse Wergen Hazelhurst, or rather Jesse Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. I'm like, that's a pretty long name. Jesse Wergen Hazelhurst. It's not. It's just Jesse Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. I'll check on that, Anthony. It's going to be a long day. 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. We just saw him in the Pro Champ class a little earlier. The 6 is Gavin Peterson, another Pro Champ racer. Also the 75, Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. And scheduled to start on the Wall Brothers Racing 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. 2022 Polaris, put together by Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush, Minnesota. We got some viewers from New York. That's what you're saying. Welcome to the broadcast at cooldown.tv in New York. All right, we got, looks like the 102 Blaine Stevenson on the inside here. Riley Baker looking him over. This is the F3 class and we're racing. Coming out of turn 2 now and down the back straightaway. They are side by side. '28 is your leader, followed by Stevenson. 28, of course, Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota, at 99 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are moving right along here in race number 19, the Pro Formula 3 Round 1 Heat 2 race. If you are in race number 20, Ice Bikes, you are next. Gady, Stevenson, and Calvin Cook in the top 3 here in race number 19. Matt Gady right now looking about untouchable. There's your leader across the start-finish line. Stevenson and Cook. Gavin Peterson is on the number 6. The 12 is Jesse Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. Not much question about that one. The 28 will take it, followed by the 102. 75 Calvin Cook. The 6 is 4th. That, of course, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. And Jesse Wergen on the 12 comes across the line as well, unofficially 4th. Cape Coral, Florida, where it's 78 degrees. Well, it's not quite that here. But it has been balmy. It has been a great Manitoba winter so far, as the Ice Bikes, while appropriately, come out to the racetrack. All right, race 20 will be your Ice Bike Open class. Round 1 for 5 laps. The 71 is female rider Amy Hood out of Winnipeg. The 219 is Caden Katowicz. The 22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. Riding the 489 is Avery Carr, and the 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. Following your Ice Bike Open race 20, race 21 will be your Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan cooled and free air final for just 3 laps. That's coming up race 21. All right, just to let our fans know here, we are doing a Champ and Outlaw Racer autograph session right after the Pro Champ Last Chance qualifier. That'll be race 34, and that autograph session will happen in the Moose Den. That is the beer garden, of course. Amy Hood on the 71 getting passed on the outside, going right down to the inside, but now is third on the Kawasaki as the riders stretch themselves out and stretch their legs down the back straightaway. .81 miles per hour on the previous lap. Here comes your leaders down the front chute. What a battle for the lead here as they head into turn 3 and 4. Riley Baker is our head flagman standing on the front chute. And here they come down the front straightaway. A little tough to make out those numbers. Looks like that could be the 489 of Avery Carr in the second spot. Amy Hood on the 71, the Kawasaki. White flag coming out this time around. I believe the 219 might be your leader. We're trying to get a camera angle on it. The numbers are so small on that machine up front. 219, it should be Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, we believe. And that'll do it for your Ice Bike Open Round 1 race. 489 in the second spot for sure is Avery Carr. We can see that number on the back of his jersey. .22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour coming across the line. 41 is Austin Madison, and the 71, Amy Hood. So a total of 5 ice bikes competing in race number 20, and that one is in the books. We'll move to race 21 next. Relic Mod Superstock 300, single cylinder, fan-cooled free air. I saw Santa Claus. Sure I did. Right down there at the front grandstands. Right on. All right. Getting close to Christmas. Where are we? December 9th. So we got about 16 days. Yeah. Jeez, I can count, eh? Smarter than I look, Anthony. A little bit smarter than I look. All right. So here's how they line up for race number 21. Kieran Lone is going to be on the 13. Kieran is out of Winnipeg on a 71 Yamaha. Riding a 1970 Moto Ski, the 94 is Brian Kep out of Rosewood, Manitoba. 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. That is a 1971 Arctic Cat. Riding a 69 Arctic Cat is Don Keir out of Winnipeg. 69 is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg on a 70 Skidoo. And your last rider, last but not least, the 71 Skidoo, the 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. There's the 13 and the 94. 179 joining the party, Jason Mackey. 601. Or 501, that is. That is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve. 69, Colin Demiatic with his hands in the air, wondering what's going on. Getting ready to go on the Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan cooled free air. Good start for the 179 of Jason Mackey. Colin Demiatic on the outside on the 69. Pretty strong as well, riding in second spot. Race 21 on your schedule. Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan cooled free air final. This one's scheduled for just 3 circuits of the half-mile oval here at CPTC. The lighted half-mile oval at CPTC. That sounds great, doesn't it? Looks great. For those of you not here, and for those of you in internet land, well, this place has just improved even more with the addition of this beautiful lighting. And we've got somebody on their side on the inside of the front straightaway. Think that is the 501. Sure it is. Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. Does not look happy about that. We'll go to a cooldown.tv replay. Oh, looks like a bit of contact. A rider bobbled in turn number 4, and the 501 of Mike Kelly had nowhere to go. Coming to the conclusion now of race 21, Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan and free air. 179 takes the big victory. Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Colin Demiatic second on the number 69 out of Winnipeg. And for third spot, we've got a drag race down the front chute. Looks like the 13 blazing across the finish line. That is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. All right, ATVs, I do believe, are next for race number 22, ATV Open, round 1 for 4 laps. And they'll line up like this. The 17 is going to be Austin Lewandowski out of Winnipeg. 29 is Corey Johnson out of Garson. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour is on the 7. 14 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour, the 44 is Ethan Clark. And Mike Verbrugge is out of Garson on the 22. That is a 2008 KTM. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in the ATV Open round 1. We're supposed to have 6, we're told. Austin, Corey, Ryan, Rob, Ethan, and Mike all competing in this one. Looks like we're going to a Quebec's grooming break right after this race. Conclusion of race 22, and here come the ATVs. So dirt bikes and ATVs part of the program here under the lights here in Beausejour. Those lights are something, eh, Anthony? Wow, what an investment. What an upgrade to an already great facility. We've got a couple of friends here today that have not been here for years and years, and they said, man, is this place like first class? And it really is. You got to come here and check it out. Just a fantastic racing facility. Beautiful, beautiful buildings, clean washrooms. You just can't beat the place. We have a viewer from Sweden on cooldown.tv. Wow, welcome. I got to brush up on my Swedish. Wonder if he's also a Swedish hockey fan. Some good players come out of Sweden. All right, getting set to go here in the ATV Open. Oh, the 22 all over the place, but gets the hole shot by a mile. Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. Rockets off the starting line. Kicking up snow dust in turn 3 and 4. Mike Verbrugge with a big lead. .74 miles per hour on the previous circuit for Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. He is your race leader. Good racing for second, third, and fourth, a little ways back now, as the 17 is a real ways back. That's Austin Lewandowski out of Winnipeg on the 2001 Yamaha. Way off the pace here so far. White flag coming out in the ATV Open round 1 for 4 laps. So 3 are done, 1 to go. Second spot is the number 7 of Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. Finally picked up that number on cooldown.tv. They are racing hard into turn 3 and 4 here on the final lap in the ATV Open class. Looks like the 22 is going to take it. The 44 is second. That is Ethan Clark. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on the 7. We'll finish third unofficially. Well, now it's time for a Quebec's intermission break. We invite you to get up, stretch your legs, get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink at the awesome concession area. Visit the Moose Den, that's the beer garden. Get yourself an ice cold Moosehead or a Twisted Tea. Oh boy, that sounds good, huh? We'll be back momentarily with more racing. Race number 23 on the schedule. When we resume, will be the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. And we are on race 23 of 52 races on the day, so almost halfway through the day or night here under the lights in Beausejour. Race 23 will be your Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. This will be round 1 for 4 laps. Riding the number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. The 43 is Carson Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Out of Hallock, Minnesota is Levi Lurkey on the number 99. And the 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. 1999 Skidoo mounted rider is the 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigan. Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. Next up, we will have 3 Pro Champ heats. We'll have race 24, 25, and 26. This will be round 3, heat 1, 2, and 3 in the Pro Champ division, all part of the USSA ProStar Cup. Great start for the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigan on the 2000 Skidoo. Takes the early lead here as they race down the back chute. It is the 10 and the 11, 1 and 2, so Derek Meyer leading Ben Meyer. Out of the same Michigami, Michigan hometown. They're getting at it very close on the racetrack in turn 3 and 4. .79 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader, the number 10 of Derek Meyer. The 11, Ben Meyer, following along in the second spot. White flag, just 1 to go now for the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan on the 2000 Skidoo. Third spot is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. That is a Brian Burkle built chassis. Carson Peterson on the 43 is out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Levi Lurkey is on the number 99. As the 10 shakes checkers, Derek Meyer and Ben Meyer's second spot unofficially here in your Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. There is the number 43 across the line, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. All right, next we'll move to race 24, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Racing coming your way. Live here in Beausejour and on the internet at cooldown.tv. All right, of course, being broadcast live on the CPTC YouTube racing channel. All right, race 24 coming up. Let's take a look at the lineup. We're going to have the 233 of Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. He's on a 2020 Polaris. Also in this race, the 39, Tom Olson, Wall Brothers Racing FXR sponsored entry at a Greenbush on a 2024 Wall chassis. The 04 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. This is a Moyle. The 157 is going to be John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. The 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. Riding the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Riding a 2023 Skidoo. Aboard a 2022 Polaris, the 24 is Jordan Sobetsky. He's sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises. And, of course, Jordan Sobetsky is out of Beausejour. Fred Mankey is going to ride the number 11 out of Lodi, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And out of Beausejour, the number 16 is DJ Saluk on a 2022 Polaris. That'll be your lineup for race number 24. USSA ProStar Cup racing coming your way in the Pro Champ 440 class. They are assembling in staging. Race 24, 25, and 26 will all be Pro Champ 440 ProStar races. Then race 27 will move back to the Pro Formula 500s. Here they come for race number 24. .233 of Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, sponsored by Easy Bar and Grill, Quick Trip, Station 2, and Willis Weld Repair. Good to have several Wisconsin riders here this weekend, along with Minnesota, Quebec represented, Saskatchewan, Ontario. I haven't seen any Alberta riders yet, but we could later on. There's the 39, Tom Olson. Philippe Roy-Lalonde on the 48. There on the very outside is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Good-looking number 11 of Fred Mankey, second to outside. Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. We're getting ready to go racing here in the Pro Champ class. Here we go. Great start for Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on that great-looking number 11. Charging off the starting line. Wall Brothers Racing 39 of Tom Olson is out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Sponsored by FXR. Looking good in the second spot currently. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap here in race 24, your Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. Great racing down the back chute. That is the 157. Hard to make out the numbers even under the lights, but the 157, John Henke, is out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Skidoo. Good racing in the top 6 here in race number 24. Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup. This is round 3 on the day. Heat number 1. Some great battles going on in this one here. And that'll do it. The number 11 is going to take that win. Good job by Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. That is a Wall Brothers Racing chassis underneath that number 11, and that sled looked like it handled spectacularly there for the number 11 of Fred Mankey in a very, very tight race. The 157 right there as well. That is John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. And Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota up there as well in that top 5. Tom Olson sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. Looks like we need a sled picked up on the back. That is the 16 of DJ Saluk. Right over by the back straightaway entrance. So tough break for DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, Manitoba. And DJ will require the services of our recovery team. Next up will be race 25. More Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup racing. Our final race of the day will be a 15-lap USSA ProStar Cup Championship. That is happening today in race number 52. All right, here's the lineup in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Race 25. The 21 is going to be Tyler Obi. Tyler is out of Beausejour riding a 2018 Skidoo. The number 5 is Ross Olson. Ross is from Fargo, North Dakota on a 2010 Skidoo. Riding a 2015 Hool chassis, the 39X is out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. This is Justin Peterson at the controls. And the 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin on a 2013 Skidoo. The 370 sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. The 370 is Matt Zalai. Matt is out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba on a Hool chassis. And the 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin on a 2022 PPB chassis. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. The 55 is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, and the 8, sponsored by Skidoo and Bennett's Marine. This is Lockport's Travis McDonald on the Skidoo. That is your lineup for race number 25. '55 getting to the line. Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. And here we go. We are racing. It is tight in turn 1 and 2 as the Pro Champs head down the back straightaway, side by side now, going into turn number 3 and 4. They are moving. Looks like the 8 of Travis McDonald showing the way, with the 39X of Justin Peterson in that second spot. We got ourselves a race here in race number 25 on the day. Danique Lambert aboard the number 3 is in the third spot and challenging the 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. So great racing going on for second and third here. Tough break for the number 54 with his hand in the air. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin, the 2013 Skidoo, coming to a stop on the inside of the front straightaway. White flag being displayed. Travis McDonald looking spectacular here. Brett Keelback, 4th on the number 55. 98 miles per hour for Travis McDonald. And here we come down to the finish line. McDonald, the 39X, and Danique Lambert in the top 3 there. But a great ride by Lockport, Manitoba's Travis McDonald. Super job there, holding off some real formidable competitors. Couple of sleds, looks like Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke Barbecue 370. In need of some assistance out onto the racetrack there. Travis McDonald, your unofficial winner on the Hool chassis. Former Valcourt winner. Former go-kart racer, sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro FXR, Bennett's Marine, Ryback's Custom Machine, and Dayco. And it looks like the 54, of course, we talked about that earlier, Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin, going to be on the recovery sled momentarily. Hats off to all of our great volunteers here at CPTC. They do a fantastic job. It is a huge, huge job to put on an event of this magnitude in December and March. And what a fine racetrack and a real fine group of individuals running it. Fantastic fun here. All right, so we just finished race 25. We're going to move to race 26. More Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup racing set to come your way. Round 3, heat number 3, 5 laps will be the distance. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour will be on the number 26. He's scheduled to start. The 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull machine out of West Chicago, Illinois. Look for the 220 of Gunnar Stern to have a big race here. Griffin Lepak will be on the number 1 out of Hartford, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Arctic Cat. Matt Gady is out of New Germany, Minnesota. He is riding a 2018 Skidoo. Another guy to watch, the 28 of Matt Gady in this one. The 102, speaking of guys to watch, Blaine Stevenson is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the 2023 Polaris. 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba on a Wall Brothers chassis. Calvin Cook is riding the number 75, and Calvin is from Dayton, Minnesota on a Wall chassis. And the 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. That is a 2010 Polaris. Quinn Whitechuck is out of Beausejour with a Houle chassis and a Rotax engine. Former F500 and Sportsman 600 driver. He is sponsored by Funk's Toyota, LaBrokery Lumber, and DNR Strecker Farms. Good shot on line of the 220 of G-Money Gunnar Stern, the Red Bull Skidoo. Getting set to turn some laps here. Nice looking number 1. Griffin Lepak. Gady right beside Gunnar Stern. We understand Quinn Whitechuck is a scratch for the day. We just heard that, so scratch Quinn Whitechuck out of this one. Getting set to go racing here, race 26. What a start by the 220 of Gunnar Stern. Did he take off like a shot? Gunnar Stern, your leader. Matt Gady is in the second spot. The 28 giving chase on G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Stern is increasing his lead slightly each and every lap. Good battle for third and fourth now down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Top 4 over in turn 3 and 4 and getting it done over there in race number 26. Top 3 are very close on the racetrack here as they head down the back chute. .99 miles per hour on the previous lap. .102 Blaine Stevenson in the third spot. Wall Brothers Racing FXR machine into the third spot now. Good racing to the finish line here. Stern, then Gady, Stevenson in the top 3. Looks like Calvin Cook coming across on the 75 in 5th spot unofficially. Of course, we will bring you the results when they are official right on cooldown.tv. You can view the results at our grooming breaks, of course. Those will be official results once it is determined by our timing and scoring team that the race is official, so always check that on cooldown.tv. All right, race 27 coming up. Pro Formula 500, round 2, heat number 1. We are about halfway through our program now. 52 races today. One was scratched, race number 5. 53 on the schedule, but race 5 scratched. So actually 52 races today. So we're just over the halfway point now. Here is the lineup for race number 27 in the Pro Formula 500s. The 50 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Riding the 27X is Calvin Iverson. The 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. Riding the number 14 is James Schneider from Beausejour. The 95 is Jerry LePage from Murillo, Ontario. From Sorel Tracy, Quebec, the 3 is Danique Lambert. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And rounding out the field, the 111 is David Blair out of Owen Sound, Ontario. All right, getting them lined up here at the start line. We are almost set to go with race 27, Pro Formula 500, round 2, heat number 1. Let's see what these riders have. Oh, false start. I believe that was the 27X of Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. A little bit impatient on that first start. So we'll try it again. All right, Riley Baker, our starter, looks them over, and we're getting set to go. Racing from 2 rows off the start in this Pro Formula 500 round, and we have got a crash in turn number 1 and 2. Rider looks okay. All right, that looks like the number 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour involved in 1 and 2, but the rider immediately got up and walked away, so that is good news. The remaining riders on the front straightaway at the exit of turn 4 awaiting a restart here. Looking at the cooldown.tv replay. All riders heading into turn 1 and 2 off the start. And it looks like a high side for the number 14. Left front ski lifting up, the sled rolling over, and the rider leaving the sled quite quickly. So our recovery crew over to the number 14 of James Schneider as we await a restart here. '50 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. '27X, Calvin Iverson. 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 111 on the outside, Dave Blair out of Owen Sound, Ontario. So getting ready to do battle here under the lights, and we've got a false start on the 111. Getting a little antsy here. So the 111 will start way back in the second row. That's a tough assignment to get to the front now for that particular rider as we get set to go. Green, green, green. Here we go. Great start for the number 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. They are moving down the back straightaway following the number 3. Lots of movement in the top 5. The 95 of Jerry LePage riding along in the second spot and looking pretty good there. As the battle continues in the top 5 down the back straightaway in race 27. Your Pro Formula 500 class, round 2, heat number 1. Good battle out of turn 4. Calvin Iverson riding along in third on the 27X. 82 miles per hour on that previous lap for your race leader. '98 moving into the third spot now. Nick Kurth is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the number 98. But so far, nobody even touching the number 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel-Tracy, Quebec. Round to take the white flag. 27 is 4th. The number 50, Marcus Caitlin, 5th currently here. Checkered flag for Danique Lambert. LePage at the 98, second and third. The 98, of course, Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Jerry LePage with a good run. That rider out of Merlot, Ontario on an 89 Polaris. Jerry LePage on the 95, unofficially second in race 27. As we get set to go racing in the Pro Formula 500 class again. In fact, we will do that 2 more times, race 28 and race 29. Then off for race 30 and 31, we'll go to the Formula 3 class. Some of the top riders in the world going to compete in that one. And race 32 before a grooming break will be Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. That'll be a final for 5 laps. All right, looking at the starting lineup for race 28. The 580 scheduled is Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 41 is Austin Madison from Badger, Minnesota. The 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. The 361 is Dallas Morin from Fargo, North Dakota. Riding the 21 is Zach Rogers out of Wausau. The 34X is Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 213 is Aaron Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. That is a 1989 Polaris. The 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 9 is Stefan Carignan from Winnipeg on a 1991 Skidoo. All right, getting set to go here. Race 28. More action in the Pro Formula 500 class set to come your way. Pretty solid start. No itchy trigger fingers, so we will remain green here as they head on down the back straightaway. Tension in the pit area. Next race will be another Pro Formula 500 race, race 29. So if you're in that race, you need to be in staging immediately. 113 of Kendra Westland showing the way. Kendra is out of Strathcona, Minnesota, doing a great job. Started towards the outside in that particular battle, and now showing the way in this one. Good battle for second and third spot now. 22A and the 213. Colton Abraham is on the 22A. 213 is Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. That is your top three here thus far in this 5-lap race. Fourth spot is the 41. That is Austin Madison out of Badger. The 21 is Zach Rogers out of Wausau. Oh, we've got a crash on the back chute. One sled upside down, one rider up. Both riders are up and walking, and that's good news. All right, our recovery crew, Johnny on the spot as usual to tend to the situation out of turn number 2. We're going to see if we can get to a cooldown.tv replay here. Oh, a rider slows down coming out of turn 2. Oh, instant contact. Trying to get those riders' numbers that are involved over there, but quite the crash. Stefan Kergnen getting through that one, it looks like. Unscathed. All right, so we're going to clean up the mess over in turn number 2 and resume this race, race number 28 in the Pro Formula 500 class. Wow, was that close on the replay there for the number 9, getting right threading the needle. Right through there. Okay, looks like the number 41 involved over there. Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. And the 21 involved as well. That rider is Zach Rogers out of Wausau. Firing the sled up and steering it down the back chute, making sure everything seems okay. Well, maybe we got a broken part on this number 9 here. We're trying to look in on this replay. Oh, so that is a tough break after all for the number 9. Certainly that is Stefan Kergnen. As our safety crew goes to work. So we will try to get an update over from turn number 2 as quickly as we can. All right, working on race number 28, the Pro Formula 500 class. Next up will be race 29, more Pro Formula 500 action. Then race 30, Pro Formula 3. Race 31, also Pro Formula 3. Then race 32, just before the grooming break, will be Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. All right, it looks like Kergnen refires. But I think he's headed back to the pit area on the number 9. Yes, indeed, over to the staging area. And going to have a look at that sled. So not the fate we thought he had initially. Riders over in turn 4 getting assembled and ready to resume race 28 in the Pro Formula 500 class. Don't forget the concession area and the beer garden, the Moose Den, is open throughout the night. Many thanks to FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, and the RM of Brokenhead for chipping in to make this a great event. Well, there's your top three right there, the 113.22A and 213.21 is in the fourth spot currently and unofficially. Zach Rogers on that, number 21. 361 is Dallas Morin out of Fargo, North Dakota. That is a 1990 Polaris. Running what looks to be fourth right now. White flag coming out this time around. One more to go. Kendra Westland leading the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. .22A holding on to the second spot, but he's got some trouble in turn 3 and 4. Lots of pressure over there. Checkered flag. The 213 makes the pass for second. Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota does a great job getting by the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Your winner unofficially, Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. But what a great race for second and third on that final lap. And that's what you call getting your pocket picked on the last lap. Wow. All right, moving to race number 29 here, and we'll bring you the lineup momentarily. All right, race number 29, Pro Formula 500, round 2, heat 3 for 5 laps. And riding the number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. This is a 1990 Polaris. The 685 is Tanner Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. Riding the 003 is Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 111 is Tanner Foss from Middle River. Riding the 54 out of Tyndall, Manitoba is Tom Keelback. This is a 1990 Polaris. And on an 89 Polaris, the 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola. Jared Sackvey is on the number 17. He is out of Beausejour, and the 135 is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Shane. Riley Baker, our starter, looking him over here. Race number 29 going to be underway here momentarily. Nice start for the 111. That is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota. Good-looking 111 sled showing the way. But there is a battle for the first and second spot over in turn 3 and 4. Great racing in the top 5 here early. This Pro Formula 500 class is extremely competitive. Dane Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin on the number 9. Brad Harrison third out of Enola. Next race, we'll move to the Pro Formula 3 class. The 111 continues to lead. That is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. That rider now has company in turn 3 and 4. What a close race in the top 3 here. Race 29, the Pro Formula 500s, really getting at it here. The 9 and the 29 now having a good race. Klinger and the 29, of course, is Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. 82 miles per hour. 8.2 on the previous circuit. One to go for the 111. Top 3 in this race are Gonzo. 54 in the 4th spot, Tom Keelback out of Tyndall. Checkered flag is flying on the front chute. It's going to go to the 111. Nice ride for Tanner Foss. The 9, Dane Klinger right there, and Brad Harrison third out of Enola on the 1989 Polaris. 54, Tom Keelback coming across. 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River on the 685. And that'll do it for race number 29. Our final Pro Formula 500 race in this segment of the program. Coming up, race 30 and 31, Pro Formula 3. Then race 32 will be Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. That'll be a final for 5 laps. But now we'll move to the race number 30, the Pro Formula 3. This is round 2, heat 1, and here's how they line up. On the Red Bull Skidoo, the 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 75 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. 29 is Luke Olson. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR, is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. And the 12 is Jesse Wergen from Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. Any new viewers over there? We had Sweden, we had Florida. Yes, indeed. Comments about the lighting on cooldown.tv, and the lighting here is unbelievable. This is fantastic. And here we go. Lots of snow dust getting kicked up in turn 1 and 2 as they head on down the back straightaway. Race 30, Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat 1 for 5 laps. That is the distance. Okay, what do we got here? 75 is the leader, followed by the number 6. That is Gavin Peterson on the 6. The 75 is Calvin Cook. Cook's got that white and pink machine flying out there. Here comes the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. He is on the inside of the 75, and the 102 of Stevenson heads on by. Cook second, then the number 6 is third, Gavin Peterson. White flag, 1 to go here. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry has a commanding lead. Checkered flag is out. The 102 will win it. Calvin Cook second. The 6 is third. That is Gavin Peterson. Luke Olson on the 29, fourth unofficially. Luke Olson out of Ishpeming, Michigan on a 2023 Polaris. Add the number 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario to your lineup here. Also competing in this one, the 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. That is a 1975 Arctic Cat. Riding a 1976 Mercury is the 15 of Sheldon Carson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. The 14 is Jared Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. And Jared is aboard a 1981 Yamaha. Riding a 1976 Polaris, the 41. This guy's got a lot of laps here. The 41 is Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota. The 94 is Brian Kapp out of Rosewood, Manitoba on a 76 Mercury. And also on the same 76 Mercury is Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan on the number 31. It's time to resume racing right here in Beausejour. Here we go. All right, going through our lineup now. Race 33 coming up next will be Junior 2-Stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. That's round one for 4 laps. Then we will go to the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Last Chance Qualifier. You want to be there for that one. That is race 34. We are on race 32 right now. This is the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan division. The number 44 is in the second spot. Here they come out of turn number 3 and 4 now, down the long straightaway. Number 15 is the current leader here, Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 1976 Mercury up front, number 15. And looking good with the, believe it's the 84. We're going to check that for you. A little difficult to see the numbers. We're trying to get a better camera angle on it here for you so we can bring you all the live action. That is actually the 41, so that is none other than Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota on a 76 Polaris. Great racing up front between the number 15 and the 41. Great competitors and run this class very, very hard, as you can see. White flag being displayed this time around for your top 2 in this race. 15 and the 44 are getting at it here in turn 1 and 2. Great camera angle from cooldown.tv through 1 and 2. It was a pretty fast turn. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota on a 76 Mercury. He is number 15 and being challenged now by Autumn out of North Dakota. Looks like the 15 is going to win it. 41 in the second spot unofficially, Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota. That is a 1976 Polaris. 31 coming across as well. That is Dwayne Lassen, and Dwayne is from Creighton, Saskatchewan, riding a 1976 Mercury. The 94 stopped on the back straightaway at the entrance to turn number 3. That is Brian Kapp out of Rosewood, Manitoba. That one is a 76 Mercury 340. Good looking sled stopped at the entrance to turn 3 on the back straightaway, so our recovery crew will get going over there as quickly as they can. First night officially here in Beausejour under the permanent lights, and wow, is this something else. What a beautiful facility and a great way to spend the night here in Beausejour. All right, here's your next few races for those of you in the pit area. The race 33 coming up will be Junior 2 Stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. Then we'll move on to the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Last Chance Qualifier. for those Pro Champ sleds. Then race 35 will be your IFS 440X class. That'll be a final. Race 36, Sportsman 600. Race 37, also Sportsman 600. So that is your next 5 or 6 races in line for staging. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're doing any streaming on your cell phone with our CPTC internet connection, we ask that you maybe just throttle it back a little bit. We are streaming live here from CPTC, but we also share that internet connection, so we want to speed it up just a little bit. So if you are using your cell phone for that purpose and using the CPTC internet connection, we ask that you please back off just so we can get our live stream pounding through as well as we possibly can. All right, race number 33, Junior 2 Stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. And here's how it looks. The 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. That is a 1999 Polaris. The 99 is Levi Lurkey from Howlock, Minnesota, on a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. And the 60 is Braxton Cassidy. Add the 11 of Ben Meyer. Ben Meyer is supposed to be in this one here in race 33. Not sure if he made the line here. We're going to have a look here in a minute, but we were supposed to add the 11 of Ben Meyer to race number 33. Good side-by-side racing down the back straightaway. This race, number 33, scheduled for 4 laps. Good side-by-side race for second and third spot in turn 1. Still showing green on the front straightaway. Tension in the pit area. Next up is the Pro Champ Last Chance Qualifier for 7 laps. Great battle for the lead as they come out of turn 3 and 4 now to take the white flag. Number 10, Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, showing the way. .66 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Here in the Junior 2 Stock 380, 13 to 17-year-old age group class. The 10, the 43, and the 11, 1, 2, 3. Derek Meyer. 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, and the 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. That'll be your unofficial top 3 in that one. All right, we just got the lineup for race 34, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup last chance qualifier. Of course, this is the first race of the 2023-2024 season, and in race 52, we will find out who will lead the points out of Beausejour here for the rest of the season. Now, in this one, last chance qualifier, the number 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 is Blaine Stevenson. The 5 is Ross Olson out of Fargo. The 6, Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. The 04 is Luke Olson out of Ishpeming, Michigan. The 21 is Tyler Obie, and Tyler is out of Beausejour on a Skidoo. 54 is Calvin Peterson from Eden, Wisconsin. Riding the 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises. This is Jordan Sobetsky on a Polaris. And the 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. All right, the 75 is scratched, according to Jan. So thank you for that, Jan. Calvin Cook on the 75 is scratched in this LCQ. Getting set. This is a big one. Last chance qualifier. All right, I think Riley is down there talking to the one of Griffin Lepak, who speeds away from the starting line. Apparently, he doesn't have to race in this one. He is definitely not on our lineup sheet, so he's going to be happy about that one. As we get set to go, last chance qualifier for Pro Champs to kick off this point season here in Beausejour. 54 and the 6 with a strong start. Calvin Peterson on the number 54, flying down the back straightaway. They are side by side, and there is lots of traffic in turn number 3 and 4. Wow. Look at them go. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 challenging for the second spot. And he's got a run off turn number 2, and into the second spot goes the Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson. He is on the move. Third spot is the number 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. The 04, Luke Olson in the fray. Just the top 3 transfer in this one. You gotta be in the top 3 to go to the final event. That is a big task. Here we go down the front chute. 54 of the 102 and the 04 now third. Luke Olson is in the transfer spot. What a great race up front here in the last chance qualifier for the USSA ProStar Cup series here in Beausejour. Ooh, look at the 102 go on the inside. Wow. I think that's Tyler Obie on the front straightaway, stopped on that beautifully prepared skidoo. White flag for the 102, the 54, and the 04. They are your top 3 here. Last corner here in the last chance qualifier for the 440 Pro Champs. Blaine Stevenson, the 54, and the 04 will cross the line. Calvin Peterson on the 54. The 04 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. Those 3 will transfer to the main event coming up for race number 52. Man, is that a good-looking sled, huh? That number 21? Wow. Absolutely beautiful. Tough break for the number 21 of Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. Lists that sled as a 2018 Skidoo. Obviously, some mechanical difficulties there for the 21 of Tyler Obi. But I'm sure they'll get that one fixed up for racing action here tomorrow. He will not transfer to the final as a result of that DNF. All right, so that'll do it for race 34. Race 35 should be the IFS 440X class. That'll be the final for 5 laps, and we'll go through that lineup momentarily. While we got a minute, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors, including FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, and the RM of Brokenhead. And speaking of broken, they have the 21 up on the skid, and they'll take it back to the pit area and have a look in the trailer, I am sure. Don't forget the beer garden remains open. That is the Moose Den. And, of course, race 34 concluded. We'll have the autograph session right now at the Moose Den for the Pro Champ and Outlaw racers, so they'll be over there signing autographs in the beer garden. All right, understand we are canceling that autograph session just now. We just announced due to scheduling issues. So a little bit behind here. So I guess we are going to cancel that autograph session we just talked about at the Moose Den. We'll provide some further updates just as soon as we can. All right, race 35 coming up right now. IFS 440X, your final for 5 laps. And aboard the number 41 out of Milton, North Dakota. This is a 79 Arctic Cat. The driver is Tony Autumn. Riding the number 7 out of Beausejour is Ryan Gibson. The 12 is Jamie Grenier. The 80, Joe Presta out of Ladywood, Manitoba. Riding the 35 is Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. And the 27X is Cal Iverson out of Wisconsin on a 1973 Polaris. That is your lineup for race number 35. IFS 440X action set to come your way here at CPTC. Brought to you by FXR Race Division. Pretty good clean start off the starting line there in this IFS 440X class. Our Saturday final, 5 laps is the distance here. Next up, race 36 and 37 will be a couple of Sportsman heat races. Then we'll go to the women's Formula 500 class. $97 miles per hour. Wow. Ryan Gibson is aboard the number 7. Joe Presta looking good up front. In the 3rd spot is the 12 of Jamie Grenier out of Manitou, Manitoba. Joe Presta out of Ladywood, Manitoba, setting a torrid pace. Ryan Gibson on the 7. Then the 12, the 27 is fourth. That is Calvin Iverson. Checkered flag is in the hands of Riley Baker on the front straightaway. And it's going to the number 80. What a great ride for Joe Presta out of Ladywood. Just flying out there. Ryan Gibson second. Third is the number 12 of Jamie Grenier. Then the 27, Calvin Iverson. It looks like Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin on the 73 Polaris, number 35, unofficially rounding out the top 5 in that one. That was race 35 IFS 440X action. All right, race 36 coming up momentarily in the Sportsman 600 class, and we will bring you that lineup momentarily. This is round 1, heat 1 in the Sportsman 600s. This is also a very competitive class. The 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan, 2000 Polaris. We need to scratch the 23 of Will Manchelenko and the 55 of Carter Harmon. Also racing in this one, the 15 is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. The 44X is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Riding the 34X is Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And the 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. All right, race 36 up there on the racetrack now, getting set for launch. We will have a total of 52 races here today. And, of course, into the night, where we are right now. Looks like the 15 with a quick jump there, so we're going to try this one again. All right, getting set to go. Sportsman 600 racing. Whoa, heads up. What the heck there? Well, both riders are up and okay, it appears, but that was I just caught the tail end of that right over the inside of the bank and right into the pond there. All right, we're going to have to try this one again in race 36. Sportsman 600s, looking at the cooldown.tv instant replay. Oh, a couple of sleds just got hooked up right off the starting line, it appears, and whoa, little hairy. But not a real hard get off. It looks like the number 41 involved in that one. So we're going to try it again. Race 37 coming up after this one is also a Sportsman 600 race. It looks like the 41, if I'm not mistaken, is in this race. Race 36, supposed to be in race 37. They're just talking about that on the radio now, so we'll have to figure that out. .779 in the 44. There's the 15. 46, Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario on that good-looking 2000 Polaris. That is number 46. Right, we understand the 55 is out there, not a scratch. Carter Herman is out there. Looks like 7 sleds remaining here for this race 36 battle. Michael Tadashori on the number 46 with a fantastic start. That rider out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. But he's got some company in turn number 3 and 4 as they race side by side under the lights here at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. 770 is the new leader. 779 rather, Colton Kreutzer. 15 is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour with a pretty good showing here so far. Keep your eyes on that number 15 out of the Beausejour area. Omachinski fighting for that second spot, and they think he's got it now. He does. Nice job by Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour taking over the second spot. And now looking at the leader, the 779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. I don't know if that was a blown belt or what happened, but the 15 is limping now through turn 1 and 2. Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. Sounded like a lot of RPM. It's hard to hear in the tower here, but it sounded like an instant amount of RPM, which probably isn't good. Yeah, lots of power, nowhere to go, nowhere to connect it. White flag. .44X on the track is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. 80 miles an hour on the previous circuit here in the Sportsman 600 class. Race 36 on your race schedule. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan will win it. 44 and the 46, second and third unofficially. 44, Randall Oliver. The 46, Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario on a 2000 Polaris. That'll do it for race number 36. Race 36 now in the history books. Don't forget the concession area is open if you are hungry or thirsty. Get on down to the concession area. Delicious cheeseburgers. I know, Anthony, you've had a couple today. They're good. No, just one. Okay. Well, that's how big they are. It looked like 2. They're so big, and they look great. All right. How about fries? Any fries and gravy today? No, tomorrow's a poutine. Tomorrow was poutine day. All right. Well, it's all good here, whatever you choose at the concession area. We also have the beer garden open. That is known as the Moose Den, as they load the 15 of Kyle Omachinski on the recovery sled. So we're going to get prepared here momentarily for race 37, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Race 37 will be another Sportsman 600 race. All right, let's get to race number 37. Riding the 179 is going to be Jason Mackey out of Latigan, Saskatchewan. And from Badger, Minnesota, the 41 is Austin Madison. The 13 is John Hall. He's from Beausejour on a 96 Skidoo. Riding the 72 is Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan on a 97 Polaris. 75 is Ken Schwartz from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Riding the number 14 is Caden Temple. He's from Grand Point, Manitoba. And the 16 should be coming out as well. That'll be the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. And DJ has a 2000 Polaris. 2,000 Polaris, Anthony. Not 2,000 horsepower, a 2,000 Polaris. Caden Temple on the number 14. And I think we got a red flag in turn one. Yes, we do. Couple of jumpers, huh? Okay, well, we're going to try it again. Race 37 of 52 on the night here. Under the lights. Our permanent lights here now at CPTC. What a great job done by everyone involved in that project. This is just awesome here tonight. We're going to try it one more time. All right, let's go through the lineup sheet here. We are on race 37, the Sportsman 600s. Race 38 will be the Women's Formula 500. That'll be round one for 5 laps. Race 39 is the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. That's a final for a total of 5 laps. Then we go back to the ice bikes for a little bit. All right, getting set to go here. Uh-oh, another jumper. Humboldt, Saskatchewan's Ryan Fleischacker. And that will make him sad. Yeah. Because now he's got to go to the back jack. Or not. Oh, no. Oh, he tried it. He tried it. Riley said, forget it, buddy. Get back there. Nice try. Right? Worst he could say is no. And it happened. Good start for the 16 and the 75. DJ Saluk on the number 16. Of course, the 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Here we go, racing down the front chute. It is the 75 followed by the 16, and then the number 13, John Hall out of Beausejour, is currently third. Internet broadcast brought to you by cooldown.tv. '75 continues to lead with Saluk and Hall second and third. Troubles for the number 72, Ryan Fleischacker, slowing in turn 1 and 2. And we've got lots of action happening right now in turn 3 and 4 in this race. Race number 37, the Sportsman 600 class, round 1, heat number 2. Oh, this is a close one in turn 1 and 2. 80 miles per hour into turn number 1. That is a great race up front here in the Sportsman 600 class. White flag, just 1 to go. Let's see if we're going to have a lead change. 16 goes real hard into turn 1 and 2. Right on the tail of that very quick number 75. Hope you're enjoying the race action here tonight under the lights. Schwartz. Then the number 16 will come second. DJ Saluk, followed by John Hall out of Beausejour on the 1996 Skidoo. Those are your top 3 unofficially. Nice run for the number 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. Tough break for Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan. On the number 72, he left the race a little earlier after a jump start. All right, race 38 coming up. Women's Formula 500, round 1 for 5 laps. That lineup available momentarily. Want to encourage you to head on over to the concession area and get yourself some of that delicious food that's available. Nice snack here tonight. And, of course, we have the beer garden, the Moose Den, open throughout the night, serving ice-cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. Looking for race 38, the Women's Formula 500. This will be round 1 for 5 laps, and here they come. The 112 is Ella Gust out of Greenbush. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. The 580 is Caroline Allard from Roseau. The 434, this is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, and the 44 is Marley Peterson, also out of Lancaster, Minnesota, on a 2023 Westland Farms entry. All right, so here we go. Race 38, Women's Formula 500, round 1. Race 39 coming up after will be the Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan-Cooled Final. Race 40 will be the Ice Bike Open class. So if you're in those classes, you need to get to staging. Riley Baker looking him over on the starting line, and there we go. That was an awful fast start for the 434 of Miranda Peterson, shot out of a cannon. Wow. Miranda Peterson is out of Lancaster, Minnesota, riding a 1989 GPR chassis, according to our lineup sheets. There is racing going on in turn 3 and 4 here in the Women's Formula 500 class. 113 assumes the lead. That is none other than Kendra Westland leading the 434 of Miranda Peterson now in this 5-lap contest. Kendra Westland looking good on the 113 with the 434 in the second spot. There's the number 112 of Ella Gust out of Greenbush at the back of the pack. And I believe that rider just crashed in turn 1 and 2. Heads up in turn 1 and 2. We've got a sled right in the middle of the track. Number 112, we were just talking about Ella Augusta. She headed down the front straightaway. That rider out of Greenbush, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris. Checking out our cooldown.tv replay. And getting a little sideways, and the sled just left the rider. So that's what happened in turn 1 and 2. The sled barrel rolling through into turn number 2 and losing a few parts, but the rider gets up immediately. So that is good news for Ella Gust out of Greenbush, Minnesota. So that will get loaded on the recovery sled, and we'll resume here. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Tension in the pit area, race 39 coming up. Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. That one will be a final for 5 laps. Then the ice bikes hit the track. The high horsepower dirt bikes capable of over 80 miles per hour on this extremely quick ice oval. All right, we've got somebody from Michigan now on the Alpina, I think it is. Michigan. That's a great state. Been there lots. It's fun. Lots of water. Like lots of water there. Fresh water, right? All right, our recovery sled doing its job over in turns number 1 and 2 here. Rest of the riders, some of them assembled over by the staging area. We are in race 38, the women's Formula 500 class. Again, a reminder, the Moose Den remains open. That is our beer garden here serving ice-cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. All right, getting set to resume racing here as we get the cleanup crew to work and finished off. Race 39 coming up next. Well, Operation Brighton Beausejour has certainly been a success, as you can see by the beautiful light fixtures located around this half-mile oval. What a fantastic facility with great volunteers and workers and the board of directors, and very, very clean and modern facility here in Beausejour. We're very lucky to have a world-class facility like this right here in Manitoba. If you ever get the chance and you're a snowmobile fan and you're on the internet watching cooldown.tv, be sure and check it out. You can fly into Winnipeg. And Beausejour is not a far drive, about 40 minutes from Winnipeg, and lots of accommodations in the Winnipeg and Beausejour area. So you'll want to check that out if you ever come to this facility. March would be a great time for the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Always exciting here. I might be here. I'm hoping I'm here. Let's see. Oh, you're going to, okay, I get it. So we got to travel together. That's what we're doing. Okay, all right. Fair enough. Okay. Well, you guys do such a good job with the video. I actually watched the video here right inside the tower as much as I watched the track. It is a little difficult, as well lit as this track is, it is a little difficult to track numbers at night with reflections. They're fast. Of course they're fast, but the reflections kind of make it difficult to see some of the numbers. So we're trying to look at the monitor here as well to determine who's who on the racetrack. Bring you as much accurate information as we can. 113 is Kendra Westland. The 434 right there is Miranda Peterson. Caroline Allard is on the 580, and we're racing once again. Pretty tough to catch that number 113. Green flag still being displayed on the front chute. That is the 113 leading. Kendra Westland, Miranda Peterson in the second spot. Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. Do have our lineup now for race number 52. And that'll be the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Final. That's the kickoff of the point season here in Beausejour this weekend. White flag for the 113 of Kendra Westland. 580 on the track is Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota. Your leader off already in turn number 3 and 4. That'll do it. The 113 takes checkers. Kendra Westland, followed by the number 434. That is Miranda Peterson. Those are your top 2. Caroline Allard on the 580, unofficially 3rd in that one. All right, here comes race 39. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combined class. The final for 5 laps coming up right away here. Riding the 20 is Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. This is a 1977 Arctic Cat aboard a 77 Yamaha. The 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. This is a 1976 Mercury. And on a 76 Yamaha, the 16C is Bob Schultz from Thunder Bay. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Whitechuck on a 73 Polaris. The 23 is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. Riding the 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. And the 14 is Alex Manchelenko. We're going to scratch the 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, but Alex Braun on the 12 will compete in this one. Alex Braun on the 12 out of Altona on a 1980 John Deere. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Bit of a jumbled start there. But so far, everybody through turn 1 and 2, it appears, unscathed as we race down the back straightaway here in the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. 5 laps is the distance. Good racing for the lead. The top 4 pretty close. 5, 6, 7, and 8 also close on the track here as they head on down the long straightaway into turn number 3. Tension in the pit area. The ice bikes will be up next for race number 40 on the day. 40 of 52. .233 in the second spot. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. .75 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Number 16 is the leader. That is Bob Schultz being pursued by the 233 of Matt Bennett. On the outside, we've got a race down the back straightaway. Not quite enough that time. There's the white flag, 1 to go here. 16 and the 233 battling. Checkered flag is in the hands of Riley Baker. And what do we got here? We've got the 16 followed by the 233. Third spot is the number 20 of Bryce Olson. So Bob Schultz out of Thunder Bay will take that win over the 233 of Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, and the 20 of Bryce Olson from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Race 40 coming up next, the ice bikes. What do you think? Race 40 will be the Ice Bike Open, round 2 for 5 laps. Riding the 219 is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. The 41 is going to be Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. 22 is Zach Jasek. The 489 is Avery Carr. And the 71 is Amy Hood out of Winnipeg. That will be your lineup for race number 40. Well, it looks like we got a recovery going on in turn number 3 and 4. After the ice bikes, we'll go to race 41. That's the ATV Open. Then 42 will be the Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. That'll be a final for 5 laps. And we go to a Cubex intermission break. So we'll be back with the lineup in the ice bikes momentarily. The internet, huh? All right. Lots of comments on the cooldown.tv broadcast. Coming live from CPTC here in Beausejour as the ice bikes come to the line. We're getting set to go here in the ice bikes. Here we go. Action in turn number 1 and 2. These bikes capable of speeds of over 80 miles per hour. The 219 of Caden Katowicz on the move on the back chute. Caden Katowicz is out of Petersfield on the 2022 Honda. That is a beautiful bike. Here we go down the long front straightaway. Top 2 riders speeding away from the rest of the field in a big way. 90 miles per hour this time. Wow. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. Dominating so far. Avery Carr on the 4.89 second, but a distant second now with less than a lap to go here in the ice bike heat race. That's the first time I've ever heard 90 with the dirt bikes. I've heard, I think, 85, 86, but that's pretty quick. Dirt bikes, ice bikes, they're dirt bikes in the summer. And that'll do it. Caden Katowicz on the 219, best the 489 of Avery Carr out of Beausejour in that one. Avery Carr out of Beausejour on a 2023 Honda. Race 41 coming up next. That'll be the ATV Open. Round 2 for just 4 laps. 4 laps for the ATVs coming up next. Once again, we want to welcome everyone here to Beausejour, to CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. What a great night for motorsports action under these beautiful new lights as we get set to go with the ATVs. Austin Lewandowski is on the 17. The 14 is going to be Rob Clark out of Beausejour. Riding the 29 is Corey Johnson out of Garson. Also out of Garson, the 22 is Mike Verbrugge. The 44 is Ethan Clark. And the 7 is Ryan Gibson. Ryan Gibson is out of Beausejour on a 1986 Honda. Ready to do battle here on our schedule. This is race number 41 of 52 on the day and night here in Beausejour. '44 with a good start. That is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour coming off the line in a big way. He's got it figured out aboard that number 44. Tension in the pit area. Next up, race 42. Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic final. 7 is in the second spot here in the ATV division. That is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. '44 and the 7 getting at it now on the front straightaway into turn number 1 and 2. Ethan Clark and Ryan Gibson on the 7 having a great battle here. .75 miles per hour on the previous circuit as they round turn 4 and head down the long and fast front straightaway here in Beausejour. 7 of Gibson. Oh, crash in turn 1 and 2. Looks like the rider is up and okay. That, I believe, is the 44 involved over there. That is Ethan Clark, who is battling for the lead. Austin Lewandowski on the 17 rolling up to the start line here. We've got a red flag as a result of the Accident in turn 1 and 2. Looking at the cooldown.tv replay. Oh boy, look at that. Wow. Left front tire comes way up in the air. Rider loses control and ends up upside down in turn 1 and 2. Fortunately, that rider looks okay, but that four-wheeler went over pretty hard. Inside move on the cooldown.tv replay, but not enough to make the corner, and up and over goes the rider. Just awaiting the arrival of a couple of more ATVs here so we can restart. This should be a short session now as we've got some laps in this 5-lap race. Number 7 and 17 join the party on the front straightaway starting line. Believe we're good to go, according to the radio, so we should see a green flag here momentarily. And there it is. Oh, heads up. Riley almost gets picked off on the front chute after throwing the green flag. The number 7 of Gibson, a little anxious off the starting line. That Riley moves pretty quick, huh? And that'll do it. The number 7, 14, and 22 in the top 3. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. 14, Rob Clark. And the 7, Ryan Gibson. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on a 1986 Honda takes the big victory in race 41, the ATV Open Division. All right, so what do we have? Race 42 coming up. Supermod 340 liquid cooled, Superstock 440 liquid combo. This is a final for 5 laps. The 727 is going to be Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. The 20, Bryce Olson. Riding the 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. That is a 73 Polaris. The 223 is Adam Braun from Winnipeg. Looks like the 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola. 27X is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin on a 75 Mercury. Riding the number 2 is Joel Reed from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. This is a 1976 Yamaha. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a 73 Polaris, and Kieran Lowen is on the number 13. Okay, we got to scratch the 44 and the 2 from this race. Vic Mazer is out. Joel Reed is out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Late scratches here in race number 42. Start by the 65X. Wow. We've got 2 65s on our lineup sheets, Norm Chura and Cody Whitechuck. So one or the other, and they're identical sleds, is Cody. Cody, I believe, is on the 65X, I believe. But that could be Chura, too. And look, they are 1 and 2 out there. Battle out of turn 4 and down the front straightaway now. 727 right there in the 3rd spot now. That is Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. .74 miles per hour on the previous lap. So these sleds getting up some speed here. Oh, we've got somebody in turn 4 off the racetrack. Two number 65s up front and in command. The Polaris is looking good. White flag, 1 to go. The pair of 65s are battling here for the lead. White Chuck and Norm Chura on those 65. One is an X, the other is not. And checkered flag is out. The winner is the 65X. 65 coming second, the 727 third, Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. That 75 Arctic Cat getting up to the third spot in that Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. That was the final for 5 laps. All right, should be intermission time. It's time for a Quebec's grooming break here on the racetrack. So we invite you over to the concession area. Get yourself some of that delicious food or a hot beverage. If you're looking for cold ones, that's at the beer garden called the Moose Den. So do check it out at the beer garden. We'll be back after our Quebec's intermission break.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
All right, we're back here at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division, and we are on race 43 of 52 on the day. And this is the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds, round 2 for 4 laps. We've got a couple of scratches. The 44 of Ethan Clark, we're told, is scratched, as is the 112 Ella Gust. You'll recall earlier Ella had a crash in turn 1 and 2, so Ella Gust out of Greenbush will not compete. Who is on the track? The 434 Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. The 44 of Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. And Dylan Fox is on the 23 out of Balmoral, Manitoba. Now in the Junior 1 class in the back row, Derek is on the number 10, Derek Meyer, and the 11 is Ben Meyer. That is a separate class, and we've got a jumper already, the 23. To have a 3-row start here. 1 front row, 2nd row for the jumper, and the 3rd row for the other class, I'm assuming here. Race 44 coming up after this, Pro Formula 3. That'll be a 5-lapper. Then after that, Pro Formula 500. We'll do 3 races of them. Then some Outlaw 600s. Then a couple Sportsman 600s, ATVs, and then a Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid final, then an intermission, then our final 52 races in the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup final. Here we go. We are racing. Down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. They are moving nicely here in the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. Again, a reminder, next up is the Pro Formula 3 class, race number 44 on the schedule. 85 miles per hour on the previous circuit. '23 is the leader. That is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. Now 2nd and 3rd on the racetrack, but 1st and 2nd in their class of the Junior 1 F500 class. Derek Meyer is on the 10. Ben Meyer is on the 11. .434 on the track is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. And that'll do it. Dylan Fox on the 23 will win that one in the F2 class. Or Junior 2 class, rather. And the Junior 1 will be the 10 and the 11, respectively. Derek Meyer on the 10, the 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. All right, next up, Pro Formula 3 is coming up. Round 3, Heat 1 for 5 laps. The 39 will be out of Greenbush, Minnesota. This is Tom Olson at the controls. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. 220 is Gunnar Stern from West Chicago, Illinois, and the 29 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. Riding the 12 is Jesse Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. That is the 2023 Yamaha. 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 28 is Matt Gady from New Germany, Minnesota, while the 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, and the 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 2023 mounted rider for Team Polaris. Getting set to go racing here momentarily. Riley Baker just moving our flags stand. Lots of sleds on the track. This is going to be a good one. Pro Formula 3, round 3, heat 1. Great start for the number 75 of Calvin Cook as they come out of turn number 1 and 2 and down the long back straightaway. These F3s really move. This is the World Championship class at Eagle River. 75 being pursued by the 28 of Gady. We got ourselves a great race here. Look at how competitive these sleds are down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. 99 miles per hour on the previous circuit as they come down the front straightaway once again. Joey Birch is on the 129 in the third spot. What a race up front. Luke Olson on the number 29. Top 5, very, very competitive here at 100 miles an hour on the last lap. White flag now coming out here. Great racing out of turn number 1 and 2. Wow. Looks like Matt Gady making the move over there on the 75 of Calvin Cook. Matt Gady, Calvin Cook, and the 129 of Jory Birch. Round out the top 3 there unofficially. Boy, those guys were flying out there. Wow, 100 miles an hour. That is something else. That was a great race, in fact. That is well worth it under the lights. That is cool. Love those lights. Very, very nice, huh? All right, now we're going to move to race 45. This will be, well, 3 in a row for the Pro Formula 500s. Round 3, heats 1, 2, and 3 coming up momentarily. '95 is going to be Jerry LePage. He is out of Murillo, Ontario. The 27X is Calvin Iverson from Wisconsin. 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. The 41 is Austin Madison from Badger, Minnesota. Riding the 22A is Colton Abraham. The 213 is Aaron Davey. Riding the 003 is Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 361 is Dallas Morin. And I think we're going to be scratching Kendra Westland. She will appear in the next race, race 46. So Kendra Westland will not be in race 45, we're told, but will be in race number 46. Race 45 on the track now of 52 on the day. We do have 53 races scheduled on our lineup sheets, but we did skip race number 5 earlier. Did a bit of a redistribution of riders into race 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, so we did skip race number 5. That was in the Pro Champ division way earlier in the program. Like 2 o'clock-ish earlier in the program. .361 on the outside out of Fargo, North Dakota, getting set to go. Good-looking sled. Aaron Davey in the 213 on the inside on that start. Currently 5th on the racetrack, challenging for 4th after a decent start. as they head in through turns 3 and 4 now in the Pro Formula 500 class. Round 3, heat number 1. 95 leads it. Jerry LePage, of course, on that number 95 out of Murillo, Ontario. He gets the job done every time he comes to Beausejour. Very competitive racer. Colton Abraham is on the 22A. That's the blue sled. Currently second. And pass for the lead now. Nice job out of turn number 2 for the 22A. That is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Polaris mounted rider battling with the 95 of LePage. Good racing now for 4th and 5th into turn number 3 as the field strings out a little bit here. 22A is still the leader, followed by LePage. 27 is third. That is Calvin Iverson out of Oliva, Wisconsin. But right now it is all Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 22A, having a whale of a run here. And that'll do it. 22A will take the win. The 95 second LePage, the 27, 17, and the 213 round out the top 5. Aaron Davey finishing 5th out of Middle River, Minnesota on his 89 Polaris. That finish, of course, unofficial until it hits our cooldown.tv live broadcast. You can see results throughout our events. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. At 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock start time here tomorrow at CPTC. All right, add Kendra Westland to race 46 on the 113. She is out of Strathcona, Minnesota. This is race 46 in the Pro Formula 500 class. 113 Kendra Westland will be in this one. The 48X of Rich Mork is out of Eagle River in this one as well on a 1990 Polaris. The 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola. 580 is Caroline Allard out of Roseau. 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. The 111 is Dave Blair out of Owen Sound. And the 50 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. It is go time here in race number 46 of 52 on the night. Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin, having a discussion with Riley Baker, our starter, at the starting line. The number 50 is Marcus Caitlin. On the inside, Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin, 1990 Polaris. And a good start for the number 50. We are racing down the back straightaway. What a race for second, third, and fourth here. Down the long front straightaway. Great competition here. The 113 is the leader. 29 is second. That is Brad Harrison out of Enola. Brad Harrison with pressure now. Brad Harrison passing Westland. Brad Harrison on the 29 from Manola, Manitoba. That is a 1989 Polaris, looking real good out here right now. Westland second. 98 is third. That is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. The 50 is fourth. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. 80 miles per hour on the previous lap, going into turn number 1, where our radar gun is located. .48X in the 5th spot currently is Rich Mork from Eagle River, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris going around the big half-mile oval here at CPTC. And that'll do it. 29 to 113, and the number 98 come home 1-2-3 in that one. Brad Harrison with a good ride. The number 29 out of Manola, Manitoba on the 89 Polaris, getting the job done over the 113 of Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Kendra has a 1992 Polaris in the second spot in that one. That's the conclusion of race number 46. Now we will move to race number 47, Pro Formula 500 once again, round 3, heat 3. 135 is going to be Blair McDonald. The 14 is James Schneider out of Beausejour. Riding the 21 is Zach Rogers out of Wausau. And scratch the 9 of Stefan Carignan. Scratch the 9. He is done for this one. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He rides a 1991 Polaris. The 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 54 is Tom Keelback from Tyndall, Manitoba. The 111 Tanner Foss from Middle River, Minnesota. And out of Waupun, Wisconsin, the 34X is Cale Bellow. Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin on the 34X. There's the 9 coming up. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 54, Tom Keelback out of Tyndall. .34X on the outside, Cale Bellow out of Wisconsin. Getting set to go as well. Here we go. This is race 47 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 500s, round 3, heat number 3. Next up, we'll go to the Outlaw 600s with a running start, sprint car style. Then we'll go to Sportsman 600s ×2, ATVs, and Pro Mods. Before our grooming break, right now in this race, the 111 is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota, 1989 Polaris. Number 9 looking pretty strong. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris, challenging for the lead. Pro Formula 500, a very competitive class. 82 miles per hour on the previous lap. Danique Lambert on the number 3 in the 3rd spot. Good battle for 4th and 5th going on now. Outlaw 600s are next. What a race. White flag is out, and the 9 is all over the 1-1-1 here on the final lap. They are heading down the back straightaway now, and the 9 would love to make the pass sooner than later as they head into turn number 3 and 4. It is going to be tight. The winner is going to be the 111. The 111 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River holds off the 9 of Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Good run as well for Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the 1991 Polaris. That'll do it for race 47. All right, the Outlaw 600 set to roll in a rolling start here. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Actually, everybody in this field is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, except Ronald Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. We have the 36, Thomas Stolman, the 1, Joe Schneider, Tim Gebhardt in the number 18, and the 84 of Nathan Gebhardt, all out of St. Germain. Total of 6 scheduled here in the Outlaw 600s. Round 2 for 5 laps coming up. These must weigh 875 pounds with driver on board at the end of the race. Couple of Sportsman 600 races coming up after this one. Both 5 laps, race 49 and race 50. Race 51 will be the ATV Open, and race 52 will be the ProMod 340 Liquid Supermod 340 Liquid Final. All right. And we are green on the rolling start here. Looks like the number 4 with the early lead. That is Ronald Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. The only one not from St. Germain, Wisconsin. So if those other 5 guys decide to gang up on that Iowa native, he's in trouble. It's 5-1 out there. Joe Schneider in the 1 is in second. The 19, Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, is third. Hope you're enjoying the race action here today under the lights for the first time ever with permanent lights here at CPTC. What a great addition. This night racing is awesome. 4 and the 1 continue to battle. New leader, the number 1, passing the 4. 19 holding on to the 3rd spot. Chris Plasky in the 2023 Eagle chassis. Joe Schneider around to take the white flag. The 19 catching up to the number 4 now for the 2nd spot. That's going to be a good race on the closing lap. Checkered flag is in the air as your competitors come down the long front straightaway. It is going to be the number 1 of Joe Schneider. Joe Schneider takes the win. In the Outlaw 600 class, Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is a 2018 Outlaw 600 sled. And race 49 coming up very soon in the Sportsman 600s. We do have a scratch. Looks like Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan will be a scratch. He is number 55 in race 49. Scratch the 55 of Carter Herman on the 1999 Arctic Cat. Who is racing? Well, the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan should be here. So should the 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. That is a 2000 Polaris. The number 14 is Caden Temple out of Grand Point. The 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The 72 is Ryan Fleeshacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan. That is a 1997 Polaris. And on a 2000 Polaris, the 15 is Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour. Race 49 of 52 on the day. We will go to race 51, which is actually 52 on your schedule. And then we'll have a Cubex grooming break real quick and come back with our 15-lap Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup final. That'll be a big one. Race 49 on deck. Here we go. Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie with a great start on the number 46 here. '75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, showing the way right now. He is on a 2000 Polaris and looking real good up front. This one scheduled for 5 laps. This is round 2, heat 1 in the Sportsman 600s. Next up for race 50 on your schedule is the Sportsman 600s again, round 2, heat 2. '75 pulling away from the 46. Ken Schwartz on the 75 out of Sault Ste. Marie. Pretty tough to beat here tonight. White flag being displayed now. Race 49 in the Sportsman 600 class. Round 2, heat 1. No question about that one. The 75, Ken Schwartz, takes the win. Tadashori on the 46 is second. Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Along with Ken Schwartz dominating that race number 49 in the Sportsman 600 class. Couple of Ontario riders doing well. Next up, race 50. We are going to scratch the 23 of Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba on the 96 Skidoo. All right, race 50 looks like this. The 44X is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Riding the 41 is Austin Madison from Badger. The 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. Out of Waupun, Wisconsin, the 34X is Cale Bellau. And the 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour on a 2000 Polaris. Again, scratch the 23 of Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. He will not compete, we're told, in this one. Alrighty, race 50 on your schedule. Race 51 will be the ATVs once again, and then we'll move to race 52 on the schedule, which is Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. We are underway in race number 50, the Sportsman 600. This is round 2, heat 2. And they are already headed down the front straightaway after a clean start. .779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan, looking strong as always in this division. 89 miles per hour on the previous circuit. They are getting at it here in race number 50 in the Sportsman 600 class. Last call for ATVs to the staging area. Then we'll have some Super Mod and Pro Mod racing. Looking good is the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. That is the 2000 Polaris, pointing in the right direction and in the number 1 spot. 779 Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. That is a 2000 Polaris through turns 3 and 4. .13 of John Hall, a tough competitor out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Ticking off the laps here. That'll do. It looks like DJ Saluk, followed by the 13 of Hall, and the 779 will end up third. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan on the 2000 Polaris, unofficially third in that one, as we turn now to race 51, the ATV Open Division. 17 is going to be Austin Lewandowski, the 29 Corey Johnson out of Garson, Manitoba. Riding out of Beausejour on the 7, this is Ryan Gibson. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. Riding the 44, Ethan Clark out of Beausejour, and also out of the same town, the 14 is Rob Clark. Rob Clark on the 14 out of Beausejour. All right, ATV set to go here momentarily. Then we'll move to race 52 on your schedule. It's actually race 51, but it is race 52 on your schedule. Pro Mods and Super Mods, the 340 Liquid. That final will be 4 laps. All right, we'll tell you about some lineup changes in race 52 when we get there next. That one will be down to 3 laps now, just 3 laps in the Pro Mod and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. 14 with a great start here in this ATV Open race. That is Rob Clark out of Beausejour, speeding along on all 4s. This one scheduled for 4 laps. Try to get some speeds for you here from the radar gun in turn 1. 14, followed by the number 22. That's Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. Verbrugge in second. Looks like 2 laps completed now of 4. As the number 7 sliding into the second position, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. .77 miles per hour as we get ready to see the white flag indicating the completion of lap 3. And 1 lap will remain after they take the white flag. .14.722, that is your top 3. Good racing to the checkered flag here. This one is competitive, no doubt about that. 7 takes the win. Ryan Gibson over the number 14 of Rob Clark. 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson on a 2008 KTM with a decent job. That's the conclusion of race 51, our ATV Open division. Next up, just 3 laps for the Pro Mod 340 and Super Mod 340s. And we're going to scratch Norm Chura out of Enola on the 65. The 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul will also be scratched. So just 3 in this race. The 727 Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. The 75 Arctic Cat mounted rider. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. That is a 73 Polaris. And out of Thunder Bay, Ontario on a 1976 Yamaha, the 16C is Bob Schultz. Bob Schultz on the 16C, our 3rd and final rider here. Norm Chura and Vic Mazer are scratches from this one. This will be 3 laps, and this is the Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. All right, here we go. Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340s are flying down the racetrack. 727 is Marcus Iverson, the 165 Justin Habing, and the 16C Bob Schultz. Chura and Mazer are scratches. Well, we hope you enjoyed the race action so far here tonight and today in Beausejour. 1 more race after this one and after the grooming break. So we'll do a grooming break, then come back with a 15-lap Pro Champ 440 final. White flag is out, 1 to go for the 727. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota has dominated this one so far. And should win easily here as they come out of turn number 4. And that'll do it. The 727 takes the win. That is none other than Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. 1975 Arctic Cat mounted rider takes the number 1 spot. That was your Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. All right, time now for a quick intermission and grooming break. The Moose Den, the beer garden, of course, open right now, serving ice-cold Moosehead and Twisted Tea products. And I believe the concession area is still likely open. Get yourself some of that delicious food. We are coming up very soon to our final race of the night here at CPTC, brought to you by FXR. All right, getting set to go now with our final race of the day. This is race 53 on your schedule, 52 on the day. Your USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 race right here coming up for 15 laps. And we're going to introduce them real quick and get ready to go racing right here in Beausejour. Round one of the USSA ProStar Cup coming on down to the racetrack now. And we're going to go through the lineup for you momentarily when they all get settled. All right, time now for your Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup final. And here's how they line up. It is my pleasure to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, riding the number 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Let's hear it for Justin Peterson. And out of West Chicago, Illinois, on the Red Bull Skidoo, the 220, this is Gunnar Stern. And out of Lockport, Manitoba, on the Skidoo, the 8, this is Travis McDonald. And riding out of New Germany, Minnesota, on a Skidoo, let's hear it for the 28 of Matt Gady. Out of Lodi, Wisconsin, on a wall chassis, let's hear it for the number 11 of Fred Mankey. And riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR, number 39, out of Greenbush, Minnesota, this is Tom Olson. All the way from Sorel, Tracy, Quebec, on the Skidoo, let's hear it for the number 3, this is Danny Lambert. And out of St. Jude, Quebec, on the Skidoo, the number 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde. And riding out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, on the wall chassis, let's hear it for the 55. This is Brett Keelback. And the reigning champion in the USSA ProStar Cup Series, he rides a Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. The rider is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This is Blaine Stevenson. And riding out of Eden, Wisconsin, the number 54, let's hear it for Calvin Peterson. And on a 2015 Moyle chassis out of Michigan, the 04 rounding out the field, this is Luke Olson. All right, it is now time to get these sleds fired up and ready to go. All right, riders are ready. We're going to count down from 5 and do the gentlemen start your engines. Are you ready, Beausejour? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentlemen, start your engines. It's time for the USSA ProStar Cup Final. This is round number 1 on the season. It all starts here. Some very talented riders and some awesome equipment in this one. Showing race number 53 on our monitor, Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Final. 15 laps is the scheduled distance. We are set to go on a nice looking racetrack under the permanent lights for the first time ever. You are about to watch history here at the CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Riley Baker is our starter and signals to the field to come on down. We are getting ready to race here. G-Money Gunner Stern is on the 220, and he is ready to go. The rider out of West Chicago, Illinois. There is the 39X. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. MPH Racing number 8 of Travis McDonald is out of Lockport. There's the 11 of Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Round 1 of the USSA ProStar Cup. Last year, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson had won 5 of 6 events in the entire season. Very dominant year for the 102. Let's see if he can pick up where he left off last year in the USSA ProStar Cup. We're going green. Here we go with a good start. Looks like Gunner Stern with a hole shot on the Red Bull Skidoo. G-Money Gunner Stern in a great big hurry already here in Beausejour. This one scheduled for 15 laps. Gunner Stern, the 39 and the 102 in the top 3. Justin Peterson in the second spot. The 102 Blaine Stevenson, Wall Brothers Racing entry in third. They are stretched out and stretching their legs down the back straightaway. They are moving right along. Wow. Very clean racing so far as your leader continues to build on that lead. 99 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are getting at it here. Race number 53, the Pro Champ 440 ProStar Cup Final. 4-time TLR Cup champion showing the way here early. '28 Matt Gady in the 4th spot as Blaine Stevenson continues to work in the top 3 here. Justin Peterson doing a nice job in the 2nd spot on the 39X, holding off a charging 102 of Blaine Stevenson. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th very close on the racetrack here as we continue to race under green with G-Money Gunner Stern showing the way. Looks like the 28 of Gady could be closing here. 100 even, 100 miles per hour even. Fifth spot is the 11 of Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. He's in a battle on the racetrack. But G-Money Gunner Stern looking really strong out here today. Halfway. '28 now in the 3rd spot. That is Matt Gady. Blaine Stevenson in the 4th spot, the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102, looking at the back bumper of Matt Gady. Wow, Gunner Stern is flying. 39X, Justin Peterson in the 2nd spot out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis in the 2nd spot. About a half a straightaway lead now for your leader, G Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He has that Red Bull Skidoo just a flying out there. Matt Gady trying to close on the 39X of Justin Peterson, but not having much luck thus far. Peterson in a solid second place. Gady third, Stevenson fourth. Great racing down the back straightaway. Take a look at that. Into turn 3 they go. They are flying. White flag is out for the leader as second and third come down the front chute. Gady on the 28 now in the second spot, dropping the 39X of Peterson to third. Oh, heads up into turn 3. Look at this race. Unofficially, your winner is going to be Gunner Stern. Second to the 39. And unofficially third is the number 28 of Matt Gady. All unofficial. We're going to check with our officials here right away just to make sure everything is good there. But what a run by G Money Gunner Stern on the number 220. He was fantastic. All right, well, USSA ProStar Cup is complete for round number 1 in 2023 here. That will go into the 2024 season, of course. Matt Gady on the 28, rolling up to third there. 39X. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin in the second spot. And, of course, G Money Gunner Stern with a great start out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. Getting the job done. What a fantastic piece of work by G Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. A little bit of fireworks action for you here. What a great night of racing here in Beausejour. Fantastic lighting around the racetrack and very, very hot racing on the track. These riders really did battle here tonight. Started today, of course, at 2 o'clock, and that was your final race of the day. Now, talking about tomorrow, we are back here at 11 o'clock for our racing start. Don't forget the social tonight. That will be happening over at the Moose Den. That is the beer garden. As Gunner Stern rolls into the number 1 position. So he will start the year out just right here in Beausejour. 220 Gunner Stern, the 39X of Justin Peterson, and the 28 of Matt Gady in the top 3 here as they take some photos for the USSA ProStar Cup website. Want to remind everybody once again about the social. That is happening at the beer garden, and we're back tomorrow at 11 for more race action during the day here tomorrow on the Big Fast Half Mile at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Nice to have those folks, along with some of our other sponsors who include Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, and the RM of Brokenhead. Many thanks to them, and of course everyone that was involved in Operation Brighton Beausejour, including the province of Manitoba. Great racing tonight in all the classes, but especially that Pro Champ class. Certainly dominant was Gunner Stern G Money on the Red Bull Skidoo. Driving away from the rest of the field. Certainly the class of the field here tonight, but we have more racing action set to come your way tomorrow at 11 o'clock. How about a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for our top three? Did a real nice job. For those of you located at trackside parking, we want to thank you for coming out, all of our fans as well. Pretty exciting sitting in that trackside parking and watching those sleds fly into the corners. They are quick 100-mile-an-hour speeds here today on the big half mile at CPTC. What a lot of fun under these beautiful new lights. We are excited about tomorrow here in Beausejour. There is no question about that. And we'll do it all again tomorrow for FXR Race Division. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings to a close our night race here tonight in Beausejour. Don't forget about the social over at the Moosehead, the beer garden. That is going on right now with a live band. I want to thank you all for coming out once again, and we'll see you here tomorrow at CPTC at 11 a.m. Have a great night from FXR Race Division.